Oh, this.
Hello.
Wait, why is Tanmux the evil twin? Does Tanmux have a twin? Am I gonna learn some, like, lore about Tanmux? I feel like we walked away from the evil twin thingy-majiggy of Tanmux way too soon. We needed more information. I'm sorry. You can't be throwing in like, oh no, that's just the evil twin. Did I put in the right promote yourself thingy-majiggy? Yes, I did. Thank goodness. And then I can put the self promo in here. It's like the South Park episode with the evil Cartman's just evil. Like, he has no twin or anything like that. He's just an asshole. Cartman just lies all the time. You wouldn't lie to me, Tanmux, would you? You wouldn't lie to me, random person on the internet masquerading as a dragon? Honestly, that's just a... Cartman is the evil twin. Cartman doesn't have a twin, so Cartman's just being an asshole. I was thinking the Simpsons episode with Bart being a twin. Alrighty. Chat, when you hear of someone having an evil twin, press 1 if you think of the Simpsons. Press 2 if you think of South Park. I'm really curious, how many of you are a Cartman enjoyer and how many of you are a Bart enjoyer? No, you can't put in 3. We wanted to, oh my god. You can't be thinking both, alright? You can't just be thinking of both at the same time and like some weird pseudo thing of like, oh, what if Bart and Cartman are the twins? 1, never watched, okay, 4. 1 or 2. It's 1 or 2, Het. I don't know why there is such difficulty. Why is my stream so difficult to manage? I'm evil, I pick what I want. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, the evils of this, of my viewers sometimes, they just do whatever they want sometimes, because chaos is fun. Only sometimes. Only sometimes. This was a genuine question. This was a genuine question about, like, when you hear evil twin. Here we go. Let's do one of these. Let's do a poll. So it has to be one of the 2 options there. Evil twin Cartman or evil twin Bart. I will start utilizing Twitch resources to try and get this stuff working. Do I dare? Me just deleting that message, timing it. Imagine if I timed out peeps for using the 6-7 on me. We are clearly not mature enough to give answers because we like chaos. One of these days, I will come up with like some weird like streaming element stuff. Like one thought that is in my head, but I feel like I can only do this when I get to be like a much bigger streamer, is if I did a thing where it's like the stream starts, there's just a countdown, there's nothing to it, and I have a bot that's just like, hey, we need to be hitting certain milestones in the channel points before we can unlock the more of the like the stream and such like that. Like real dumb shit. Where we just have like me like, you know, playing a video game or something like that, but none of you see that. So you have to like, you know, put in channel points, and it's like a prediction thingy-majiggy where it's like, all right, do we want people wanting the zebra or the video game first? And so it's like there's like little channel point debate and all that kind of nonsense, and if it doesn't get over X amount, then it goes to, you know, it goes into nothingness. Don't go corporate on a Zeebs. Wait, it's not going corporate. It's me experimenting with shit is what it is. Cookie for Vol. Here's your cookie, Vol. It's me just doing some very fun nonsense. Wouldn't that be good? Wouldn't that be good? Would be amazing. Although I could think of other things. Or, oh, maybe I should have like, you know, little bit, like I should figure out how to do this on stream. Like I can do the pixelate thing as a filter, maybe one of the things I should do is like have like a super like, you know, reduced bitrate thingy-madiggy, like have something that's like, you know, 8 bits or something like that in, or 16 bits in like color and in density. And so then that way, like, as there's more, like, when there's more people viewing, then like the pixel, then like the density get, like, there's more color available and such. And so it fluctuates and such. So it's like, you know, if it's, because like, here's the thing is like, I don't get that many viewers. Like I get like maybe 10 or 12 viewers. So maybe like when it goes down to like, you know, 2 bits, it's 2 colors. And then if it goes up to 4, it's 4 colors, like something like that. I was at like 15 kill streak. Apparently I have the highest kill streak. Oh no, there it is. Highest kill streak leader, 32 kill streak. You have it very much, because here's the thing, Artemis. Fun fact. I'll just type in fun fact. Fun fact, normally I will just have this game playing in the background. I will just have the intro fighters just forever playing in the background. So it's always got someone talking and all that kind of nonsense in it. And so, you know, sometimes someone might luck out and they will get themselves a weapon. So then that way, when there's only like 1 or 2 people talking at a time, they're always going to win the fight. So they're slowly building up like their kill streak and such like that. And then maybe sometimes there will be other times where like a raid comes in and there's all kinds of other people. Who knows? So it is. So yeah, that kind of stuff happens. Now, happy Friday, everyone. You saying I don't shut up? I'm saying you are here. You are always here. And quite frankly, I very much appreciate you being here, all right? Like, not just because you're my girlfriend and you support me in these fun little things, but because there is a charismatic energy to you where if someone new comes in, you bother saying hello to them. You actually, like, you interact with people in my chat, and I really appreciate that. I'm not just here as like eye candy where, you know, I'm just sort of sitting there in an empty audience wondering to myself, should I just go onto Joystick and have like, you know, just full nipple like, you know, presentating when I'm, you know, wanting to play a video game and not bother streaming over into Twitch kind of nonsense. Oh, shucks. Yeah, exactly. I need to figure out, like, how to turn the nipples on and off, because there was a way to do this. There was a way in my node graph where... Huh? What the? I don't remember... Sorry. There was like I have it where like, because these things are like really shrunk in and such like that. So I'm not like, you know, poking people's eyes out and such. But I can't remember if this was because I put in a blend shape thingy-madiggy. I put it like, I thought I put like, I wasn't too sure if I put a blend shape thingy-madiggy on the VFX, on this model, the avatar, or if it's because I actually turn on a particular... I put on like a particular blah 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 blah, like I need to find this, like a particular thingy, a particular command that's like, oh yeah, while doing this you need to set this as like, you know, 0 or something. So yeah, so I need to find that. So I've got hotkey alternatives. So I've got one for the rainbow. But so I have one for the cookie, which plays the animation. And then I got the not safe for, hang on, what does this do? Ah, okay, there it is. There it is over there. Gotcha. All right. Zeebs could always use more love. Nah, I'm sorry. I can't do more love. I am tapped out. It's amazing that I was able to have a relationship with Artemis Snap. I'm going to be real with you. I, to this day, every day, will always appreciate it. And it's always like, you know, it's like, how do you do this, Grant? And I'm like, I have no idea. I somehow riz them with the tism. Platonic love? Who knows? Something. I don't know. No, this is right back at you. Yeah. Somehow. I will be real. It is absolutely hilarious, though, because, like, you know... We've seen each other like for a while, and like I had a friend that was just sort of like they just looked to me and they're just sort of like, not, this isn't the exact situation, I'm not gonna like divulge the full details on like how we met and such like that, but it quite literally took a friend looking at me and going, you know she's flirting with you, right? You know that this snow leopard is is, you know, giving you the oogly eyes and giving you signals and things. Me, oblivious to them because of the autism and just also just having like barely any game. And I'm just like, oh, I just thought she was being nice. Hi there, Jack. Thank you for the head pats. I greatly appreciate it. I honestly just thought she was being nice. That's how this starts. I'm just like, oh, she's being, that was very nice of her. So, but yeah, but no, oh, I need to, all right, gotta put you on lurk mode. You're playing Secret of the Mimic and I need to concentrate. All good, Het. I will not be playing Secret of the Mimic. I will be playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV that comes with an extended free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward, the tantalizing Stormblood, and the player-favorited Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime. Hi there, Velk. Welcome to the stream. You want to join me in Eorzea? I don't have the points to beat the shit out of you, parentheses, affectionately. Nice. You do know, like, as a moderator, you can control the channel redemption thingamadiggy. So what you, if you were proper sneaky, Jack, I probably would have been this proper sneaky over in Jack, like, don't let Blue Foxy Nicey Icy, all right? This is just for us, all right? Come closer, all right? Listen to this top tip, Jack. Sometimes I will do like a really expensive redeem over in Blue Foxy Nicey Icy server, and because he doesn't have an automatic, like, you know, fulfilling thing when it's happened successfully, sometimes I'll just be like, oh, it didn't happen, refund. He never clears his redeems. So yeah, so you understand. You understand just how to, it's like a loan. It's how the rich people do their thing. You have a little time? Awesome. All right, hang on a second. Let me visit a data center. Let me change my thingy-madiggy. All right. Materia Ravana. We are going to Ravana. If anyone expects me to do a crystalline... Hello, Sir Dragon. Welcome, welcome. All right, we're doing some data center travel right now. I'm going to update my thingy-madiggy so it at least mentions, like... what was it? Materia / Ravana. There we go. I know how to do the things. Rich only in Zeeb coin. I'm rich only in Zeeb coin. I'm rich only in things that don't matter, like channel point redeems. Wish I had money for real. Same. Same here. Because here's the thing, Jack. If I had the money, if I had like a lot of money, here's a few things I would do, all right? Number one, I would just, you know, use plastic surgery on myself. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. I would definitely be using gender affirming care to increase the masculinity of this Zeeb so I can become, like, you know, 10 to 25% more himbo, okay? Like, I would do that. Like, there would be like a tummy tuck, there would be like a Brazilian butt lift, there would be like some testosterone boosting going on, there would be a lot of shady shit going. And then next thing you know, I'm getting myself a home, and I'm getting myself like a very, very decent sized home. And it might even just be an apartment in the city, someplace where I can go for spas whenever I wanted. BBLs are so dangerous. Damn it. But they would be dangerous. Well, to be fair, all surgeries have like an aspect of rich. Saline titties? No, I wouldn't get saline titties. That's not gender. I was about to say that's not gender affirming care for me. It's probably gender affirming care for someone, but it isn't gender affirming care for me. I would totally love to see saline titties though. Oh, I am a weird zebra like that. How am I doing today? Hi there, Masonic. I am doing A-okay. I am done with work, so now I am playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy. Oh my gosh, I made him too big. Hi there, Velk.
Morning.
It's 6 p.m.
Good morning.
I'm guessing you just woke up.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Now, I need to have like a little thingy-madiggy, so I need to put you... There we go. Now you're back to standard size. All right. Velk cute? No, Velk isn't cute. Velk is, as you can see from his profile icon in the bottom left there, and as you can see with his... What the fuck is that?
What?
What is this yellow and purple thingy-madiggy? What is...
Why, that's the new weapon from the new Ultimate. Isn't it awful?
It looks like someone's, like... What's the name of that dude from Shadowbringers that was just like, you know, fat and pudgy, and he's just like, oh, I couldn't bother to give Ilmor... Huh?
Valkyrie, yeah.
Valkyrie. It looks like something Valkyrie would make if he wasn't turned into, like, that angelic thingy-madiggy. It looked like something Valkyrie would be like, oh yes, me, a Reaper, have at thee, and he stayed overweight and shit.
Here, let me...
Oh my god, it even has a fucking rat tail. Look at that. Look at that. It's got a fucking... Okay, I do like the ribbons. The ribbons are cool. Like this thingy-madiggy here, that's cool. But this, like... Ooh, I do like the orbs. Okay, the orbs and the ribbons I like. This is what I've gone for. I got this axe off of Alexandria because no one is gonna help me with all the Shadowbringer raid nonsense, because that one you kind of need like a light party to get through, at least I think. Zeebs is just a chaos gremlin. Absolutely not. I'm clearly an adventurer. Look at this. Look at this drip I'm wearing.
Have you done the Stormblood one?
The what one?
The Stormblood raids.
Not to the highest level, I don't think.
Let's do it!
What do you mean, let's do it? What the fuck you... I haven't even gotten my book yet! Like, there could be something from like, Wondrous Tales that could be involved. Can I go there first?
Won't be.
What do you mean there won't be?
There won't be. Delta Escape Savage? That's not. That's not.
Let's see, alright? Alright, so if I go to Heaven's Ward, Idleshire, here we go. You're welcome to join me. Huh?
But yeah, that weapon you get from clearing Dancing Mad Ultimate, it's technically best in slot, unfortunately.
Can you glamour it at least?
I sure can, yeah.
Alrighty then. Do you think you'll go with the Alexandria balls? Like, look at this. Look at this.
Oh no, I restrict myself to ultimate weapons like this.
Huh?
Or this one.
That
or the
looks...
other one.
Like... Oh, okay. Maybe. It's when you whip it out that I'm like, okay, I see the potential.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, chat, if you don't know, Velk over here is like a hardcore raider. You're like, you just cracked like the top 5 of like DPS and UMAT as well globally, didn't you?
Well, I was ranked 7, so...
Okay, top 10. That's still crazy. It's top 10 of DPSing. So like, so granted you're a Reaper, but this is DPSing across all classes, isn't it? Like or all roles. So like whether you're DPS, a tank, or a healer.
No, this is just Reaper.
Oh, shit, that's even more classy. Nice work. Number 7 Reaper, right over here.
Yep.
Honestly, that sounds like a cool, like if you were in anime and they were just like, guys, don't you understand? Like, that's the number 7 Reaper.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let's have a look. So, 51 to 59, 61 to 69, 71 to 79. Yep, I can use one of my healer. I can put my healer in that. 50 and 60. Once again, I can put my healer. I might honestly do the the sage in that one. Then we got leveling dungeon from 81 to 89. Oh hell yeah! I can go through Vanguard, and maybe this time I will get the missing pieces. Sorry, I was in the middle of a burp. Oh my goodness, an alliance raid from a realm reborn.
Truly, your cup runneth over.
Truly, my cup runneth over. Anyway, hang on a sec. Let me do this thing, Madigi. So, 720p, 30 frames. Yep, that should be enough so it doesn't... Hey, look at that! Omega Delta Escape!
Omega Delta Escape. I don't think this counts.
Okay.
But, let's see.
Containment bit... Oh. What the shit? You're just like, oh, let's see if this counts. What is this?
Oh, yeah. If you haven't seen the transition...
Oh, yeah, I totally... I think I
one.
tried doing this one, because isn't there, like, a mount from this? I was trying to, like, grind for mounts.
Yeah, you haven't done this one. All right, let's go.
I kind of remember this. Oh, hang on. I need to do my rotation. Bam. All right, let's see. Can I rip enmity from? Yeah, I can rip enmity from you. I forgot we're both level 100, so I can actually. I'm not even bothering to move from Blizzard.
And we're done. We just need to.
What? Oh.
Okay, if you haven't seen it, just turn up the game sounds and enjoy this. This was so cool back in the day.
Yeah, my background. Yep, this is all good. Oh my god, he's getting vored by the void. Am I gonna, like, see Kefka pop out of it or something like that because you've just been dealing with Kefka all this time? Hmm. Oh. I'm sorry, all I can think of is life opens many doors, dead boy.
Oh, okay.
The limit gauge is reset. What the? Neo X Death? Oh, he's got ladies. Although he's. That's a. Oh shit. All right.
Like, it's so cool. It's so extra.
It is very extra. Dink. And then donk. And then arrow 3. I have no idea what that's gonna do.
I think it's a tank buster, but you're a little high level now, so it does not matter.
Cool. Awesome. I just used Shake It Off, so enjoy, like, just being able to stand in the... Look at that. There's probably a lot of heavy lifting coming from you for the DPSing.
Yeah, you'd say that. Oh, in the middle.
Oh, what do you mean in the middle? Ow! I can't fucking see. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, there we go.
Hello. Get boss.
What? What do we? What?
Because you are about to get knocked back.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Don't move. Good shit. Go to the opposite color. You need to go to blue.
Oh, why do I?
That's why.
Can we try that again?
Yeah, sure.
Because while you're here, I could probably get help from you to try and get... Because I have some mounts that I don't have.
Well, this has already dropped the mount.
What?
This has dropped the mount.
What?
It always drops the mount.
What do you mean it always drops the mount? I thought it was a chance thingy.
Not for Savage. 100% chance.
Then why are people being like, oh yeah, we need to go again and again and again and again until they get like 99 totems and things?
That's extreme, not Savages.
Oh.
So go ahead. You see the crystal?
Genji armor. I'm just gonna... The Alte Rote Prism. Ooh. Yep. Apparently I already have this guy, the Wind Up X Death, so I'm gonna pass. Oh, never mind, I got all of it. Hey, look, a level No. No more deltas remain, initiating world's shutdown. Oh, Jesus. Yay!
And now you have a new mount.
Woo!
Just gotta use it.
There you are. And then I got Delta Escape catalog. I'll have a look at what Delta Escape looks like another time. Mount guide. Oh, it's the weird snake dragon thing? The fuck is this?
Yeah. It's the danger noodle.
It's a really weird noodle, I will be real with you.
It's the first boss of Delta Escape.
Oh, I'm gonna be frank with you. It has been a long time since I've like gone through a lot of the Final Fantasy XIV stuff, so some of these are just gonna be oblivious to me.
That's fine.
All good.
So, oh, not that one. Not that one.
So alt wrote. Oh, Hell's Kier. Is that what edition of what expansion is that from?
That sounds like Stormblood.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Trials, Stormblood.
Yep, it is.
Yes, it is.
Oh, did you need the normal or the extreme?
The extreme. because the extreme, like, we'll see what happens on the first try. We won't, like, you know, commit to it because, you know, I'm in the middle of streaming and all that kind of nonsense. I don't know if people are going to enjoy this kind of shit, but, you know, I don't have all the Stormblood. Is this something I could have soloed?
If you know what you're doing, yeah. If you don't know what you're doing, well, yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing. I like a Realm Reborn in Heaven's Ward where I'm just sort of like, just going, like, let me just use my warrior, like, you know, comboing. There's no witty banter from the warrior. It's just,
Well, this is where mechanics start occurring, as you saw in Delta's Cape, where you gotta follow mechanics.
Yeah. I had to learn that in Alexander as well, with, like, the 4 leggies. Also, hi there, Goldie. Oh.
Alexander was very notorious for breaking groups.
Yeah. Because it was like, oh yeah, even after, like, once you got rid of one leg, you had to get the other one destroyed if you were solo. Alright, so cremate. What the fuck is cremate? Oh, it's just a...
That's a tank buster. But it doesn't hurt you anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't give me like a little, like, it doesn't give me a symbol thing when I'm getting hit with the cremate.
Now this should spawn the little buggers.
Yep.
Oh, nope.
What?
How much do you like Dance Dance Revolution? Great.
Okay.
Get to the correct platform and start doing DDR.
To lose you again.
Okay, so...
Wherever the correct platform is.
Oh, here?
Yep.
And
And
then
make your character face the arrows.
Oh, shit. I forgot, I'm using, like, camera mode, so I can't just, like, you know... I have to, like, actually, like, move the camera around, and then just press forward. Damn it. I imagine people would have used standard mode for that one, so then that way they were able to just quickly rotate themselves.
I use Legacy, so I can just press WASD and it points me in the correct direction.
Well, when I press A and D, I strafe, actually.
Oh, I must have changed my,
Well, I think I changed mine to strafe, because I think it used to be like a, like, rotation thing. Oh, shit. Fuck. What am I doing? Oh, wait. So avoid... Never mind. We got there.
Yep.
I'm guessing the symbols in the back would have, like, you know, been the, this thing in X, so I had to, like... It's kind of like the frog, where you had to, like, you know, match the beat. And, like, basically avoid those squares, right?
Avoid them, yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. And now it turns into a tiny phoenix. Yeah. What did I miss in the chat? Hi, how am I doing today? Himbo, though, or rather Zitties, Velvet, a Sweet Bean. Artemis Snep is a Chaos Grappling, Velk whipping it out on stream. Velk doing their darndest. Alright, so somehow got a great bow and the weapon cover. Nice! What's that? That was cool. Honestly, that was pretty cool.
Have you done Savage Kefka?
No.
Should be simple enough.
What do you mean should be simple enough? What do you do? What are you putting me into?
So this one I struggled to solo, but it is.
Are you, like, recruiting me to like be like, oh yeah, like, once you figure this shit out, then you can go into ultimates. Like, you'll do this.
No, we're just getting you the mounts.
I wield the greatest power in existence. Man, why didn't they go back and VA this? You may as well be the dirt on the bottom of my boots, or the dirt stuck on the bottom of that dirt. I will destroy everything. I will create a monument to non-existence. Ah, there's our boy Alpha.
Fuck you, Alpha.
What are we saying fuck to Alpha? He's cute. He's nice.
The reason that the Omega Protocol happened was because of him. The shit.
Oh. Alright, so. Yeah, alright. Ding.
3, 2,
Duh.
1.
Bam. And then do the upheaval just so I can
Quick
get
now,
out.
make your peace with death. Because I'm making your death with all these pieces.
Alright, so he does it.
Wait. Oh, this is a spread.
Yep. Because it's question marks on your thingy-majiggy.
Yep.
Yeah.
You've been paying attention.
Well,
This
you
is a
told me.
tank buster.
You told me about the. Wait, what? Oh. Hi there, Wild Saber. The fuck is that behind him?
Yeah, that's the Tower of Ruin.
Is that
Did
something
you
from
think
like?
we'd won? Oh no, we've only just begun. Still alive? Unbelievable! I really must insist you die!
I'm imagining that these are lines that you have heard in
Yes.
the UMAD, and so you're just like hearing this for verbatim. Oh, I'm stunned.
Yes!
Ow.
My trauma!
Yay, I'm trauma bonding with Velk chat. I'm trauma bonding with the number 7 Reaper in the world. I am not saying that, Wild Saber. Oh, what does he say here? Why in the fuck is he... Ugh.
So what he originally says is this, but if you do the mechanics correctly, then he says, this is meant to be our ultimate encounter. Crafty little bastards, aren't you? Oh, by the way, there's an upcoming mechanic that hurts. Get ready to heal yourself. Not this one. That's
Okay.
the tank buster.
Oh, what the fuck?
That's the one.
What are you talking? What the? What the shit was that? I nearly died.
So, Heartless Angel is a tank buster in the ultimate.
Oh, fuck, shit.
Yep, and then go in. Good suit.
Don't ever do this to me again.
What?
I nearly died. This is
I'll bet you
Stormblood,
live.
and I nearly died.
Yeah, welcome to this fight. Fuck you, and thanks for playing.
Because all the other tank busters are like, oh yeah, here's like 10% of your health taken off, and it's like, okay, cool, so I didn't need to turn on a tank buster. And then that one goes off, and it's just like 10% left, and I was just like, ah, and you haven't.
It takes you down to 1. Fun mechanic.
Fuck you, a fun mechanic. Ooh, what a
Yeah,
fun,
this
fun
fight-
mechanic.
This fight hates healers. It is not fun for them.
Oh, I
Or
can't.
tank.
Unable to select need or greed on what? Why was?
You already have the Kefka. But
Okay.
you now have his mount.
Nice. I have the cool Air Force thingy majiggy. That code the Yoshi kept on, showing off to me. It's just like, heh heh heh. So now, where are you? Slot 2. There you are. Look at this. It's like an Air Force One.
It's one of the best mounts in the game.
It's such a silly little mount. I will
It's
be real
great.
with you. I like mounts that have multiple seats though, like two or 4 seaters personally.
Okay.
And then
We have one more in that series, but I don't know if we can do this one. I'm curious to see though.
I got this one from Alexander.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
Serious?
Yeah, I don't think I have it.
This is from Alexander. It's from the one with like the 4 legs and such. I'll need to find it again cuz hang on. Let me let me remove my filter. Apply all sources. This is from a raid, I want to say. Search. So this came Gobwalker from Alexander, the Burden of the Father.
Let's take a look. I genuinely don't think I have it.
Serious? All right. Because it drops like a gear. I didn't realize that, you know, Savages, you know, guaranteed to drop. So yeah, because this one, after you get, once you're done on the last 2 legs, you have to kill once you kill the second leg, you have to kill the first one as quickly as possible, because even when I was soloing it, if you get both markers on you, you're dead.
Yeah, that's the Nises.
Yeah, so, like, you and I will probably go through this relatively quickly. So, because for me, it was just a bit of a shock trying to get through, like, you know, one done, because, like, I had to kill one, and then I had to kill the other one as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Omega, you can duo with 2 tanks, in case you're wondering. Hi there, Davey boy. We're just over in, whatsamahoozy, Ravana right now. We're seeing if... Alright, and then we got this revolution, and then you're probably gonna get this done and no problem. There we go. Now we can just deal with the center thing.
Yeah, I haven't done it.
Yeah, so here it is, the Gobwalker gear. And then there's shielding for whatever reason. I'm going to greet on that one. And then...
Hello.
Pass and pass, because I've already grabbed all those. I'm going to greet on that one. Fuck it. Hi there, Bookie. Welcome to the stream. Dun, dun, dun. So yeah. I'd hop on, but bedridden and in pain. I'm just popping in to say hi. All good, all good. But yeah, congratulations. You now have the Gobwalker. Look at this guy. Bonk. He's clunky as well. Cookie for Bookie. Here's your cookie, Bookie. Look at this guy.
Does the Burden of the Sun have one then?
The what of the sun? No, that doesn't. I'm looking at...
Oh, it doesn't?
Nah, so if you're wondering how I'm getting this information, Final Fantasy XIV Collect.com has a mount section. If you link your account, so like if you create an account and you link your character to it, it can keep track of your mounts and all that kind of nonsense. So, for instance, I can see that I've gotten the Soul of the Creator and the Burden of the Father mounts. And then I probably just need to sync this again, and it will tell me I've gotten Deltascape and Sigmascape. And now... Omega 0? Oh, this is the next one, isn't it?
Yeah.
The creator is dropping a major story comic in their Twitter account as though they have no Helltaker game. He does make mini comics of the Taker harem shenanigans. The what? Wild Saber? Very off topic and very confused right now. Alright, here we go. Alright, so... Oh, is this the one where, like, Omega changes, like, they transition into a woman, and then halfway through they also, like... Okay. So that's why it's not easily soloable, because you have, like, basically...
Yeah.
Let me see if I can...
Just wait for female.
Oh.
So this should be a knockback.
Oh, split? Okay. Or arm's length. Let's see what happens when I arm's length.
Oh, that's going to identify as a fucking problem. Over here. Over here.
What? How come?
Because she's going to knock us back.
Oh! I had arm's length! What the?
Yeah, but... Yeah.
Well, that's not good. I want to join in on this.
Oh, yeah, they're gonna rejoin. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it.
You was trying P8S a few nights back, but the heat wave got to my PC. Ah, damn. Alright, so...
Oh, God, that fight. Fuck that fight. Anyway.
So, P8S, what's that one? That's,
La Habre's clone.
Ah, okay.
So away from the eye. So come on over here.
Oh,
Or there. Yeah, that works too. Just away from the eye. And
so then
now, look for the female. Go to the female. Over here.
Oh, okay, because the female, like, does the...
Does a knockback.
Yeah, okay, okay. And
And
now...
then you tank your respective one.
Yep, okay. So, mimicking the male form. Preventing damage to M. So I need to go
Okay,
to...
we swap.
Yep. Do I need to do anything?
I'm just trying to pull them apart so that we can do some damage.
Yep. Oh, okay, so... There we go.
Now,
Oh!
yeah, you gotta pull them apart.
Oh, okay. So maybe I want to have my tank... Because there's only one of them, I probably want to have my Defiance turned off and only turn it on once we get the...
If you can, just invoke the one that you've got, and I will try and rip aggro off the other one. Which shouldn't be a problem.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's see. Let's see how we go, let's see how we go.
Away from the middle,
Oh, okay.
because you can see the eyes gathering power.
Yep.
Yep. And then
Oh yeah, so we...
either side,
Yep.
and look for female.
Alright, so move to the center. Female is on your side.
Yep.
So then get knocked back. Yep, I can't
Yep,
target
we're good,
male,
we're
so
good.
we're good. What's it doing?
That's fine. Activate home gang.
Yep. Oh, okay. Oh, what the?
Yeah, it's up to you now. I can't do any more.
Oh, okay.
You just gotta kill F and you're good.
Oh, okay, I still need to... She is not getting a lot of damage.
That should be it.
Can I resurrect you? No.
Nope. Just wait until the next phase.
Okay. And the limit gauge reset. Okay. So is it a case of
Anal
like if
beads.
you were a tank, you would just do your like invulnerability thingamadiggy? So then that way we
No. That one is you just have to do the mechanic correctly. And if you're a tank, you can home gang it, but if you're not,
Okay.
good luck.
Okay, so what was the mechanic we'd have to do there?
Well, in this one, just jump off and I'll
What do you mean jump off and on?
jump off because it'll reset the boss. Unless you want to solo it.
I'll give it a try. I'll give it a try. Alright.
Ah, yes. Hello world.
Okay.
Diffuse wave cannon.
So it's the sides? Nope. Wrong direction. Okay. And then...
Oversampled wave cannon.
Alright, so it's... Can you, like, face me so I have an idea? Alright. Ion Flux? Hang on. No, that's just AoE. Alright. For energy exiting.
Hello, world. Good luck. Oh, you only have one mechanic. Okay, that's fine then. So 8 different people would usually have 8 different mechanics. And you have to resolve.
Invulnerable to overflow pugs. Yay, nice.
But since it's one person,
Yeah.
very chill.
And then critical error. Doing my best. Alright, this was another AoE. This didn't have a way for me to, like... Oh, for whatever reason I untargeted it then. Oop, okay. So, avoid the... Oh,
Go between certain hands. You are actually in the correct spot. Are you fucking kidding me?
What? Oh, cool.
There's no way. Go fuck yourself.
I'm guessing, so they are doing the rotation and like...
Diffuse wave cannon.
Okay, yeah, stay in the center, because last time...
Roll!
No! Oh, because the fucking... Ah! Because the orb thingy... Alright, and then this one...
You have now seen all mechanics from Omega.
Okay, cool. Alright, so... Do I need a... Oh, wave cannon. Shit. Yeah, just take that shit. Target analysis.
Boop. That's just a tank swap. But you can
Yeah.
chuckle.
And then...
Stolen patch.
Okay, this time I want to stay here because the wave cannons are going to go outwards because of the little... Yep, there we go. I figured that one out. And then an oversampled wave can... Hang on, is this the one where the arms... No.
So you would have to have a certain amount of people on the side that he's pointing.
Yeah.
To soak that. Otherwise it goes to random people, which kills them.
Okay. And then it goes archive all.
Everything all at once, but you don't have to worry about it.
Yay! Thank you, Velk. I'll be real with you. I wish I could try the hand thingy again, just so that in that way I can actually like sort of try and interpret the thing. So yeah, because they had like they had like 3 or 4 hands like on that one side, and then they would turn clockwise or anti-clockwise based off the arrows. And so the idea was is you wanted to be in the section where the arms would not spread towards where you were.
Correct.
Okay, because like depending on where the arms were, they would either go further out onto the field and you'd be more safe closer to like on their side and such, or they'd go inwards. And I think that's how it worked. Did you already leave the thingy?
Yeah, you already got the thing.
Okay. Yay!
So now you have the Omega mount.
Cannot execute it. Alright, and then... Needies! That's cool.
It has a unique flying animation.
Hang on. actually, one of the things I need to do is check my, unable to do that. Oh, I'm not on Crystal. God damn it. Alright, hang on a sec. Oh, look, the Dancing Plague, Jade Stowed, and Containment Bay, something or others. I was so close to getting 3 lines, by the by, Velk. Like, hang on a sec. Let me get you an image I shared to Cap when I first got the 3 lines. Or when I first got potentially the 3 lines. Just so you can understand just, like, how close I was.
Oh yeah, she's a liar.
She is such a liar. And then she went and... So I sent that to you. Anyway, actually, chat, what I should probably do is I should probably change the show-off image, so then that way... Let me find my, my image.
Yeah, that'll work.
So, where is... Share X, screenshots. This was this month's screenshot, I'm pretty sure. One moment, chat. One moment. So... where's the button? This was the screenshot in quite. All right, so here's how this works. Get it. You need to, you know, do all these different wondrous tale thingamadiggies so you can get 9. So you can get the 9 stickers. Now, if you make a line with the stickers, you would then get, like, you know, you not only would you get like the reward for the 9 seals, but then you could choose one of these 3 rewards. If you get 2 lines, you get to also pick, you know, from the 2 lines. And if you get 3 lines, fuck that, you're not going to get 3 lines. Chloe has lied to me so many times, and she lied to me on this one as well. Because if you look here, if I got the weird, like, sailfish thingamadiggy in between the wine bottle and the bread, I would have gotten 2 lines with that one. I would have gotten the line that goes diagonally, and I would have gotten the line that goes across. If I then got the Christmas pudding that goes between the baby chocobo and the cake, that would have completed that line there, which then would have meant that by only using 9 stickers, I would have had, like, you know, 3 lines. That didn't happen. Instead, what happened was Chloe decided to fuck with me and give me a pretzel, ruining the entire, like, not even a chance of getting 2 lines at that point. That's what she did. That's what she did to me. Fucking terrible.
We can do this.
We can...
What?
What? Are you just gonna have me do some savages that are just like, we could normally do this?
I don't know if we can do this one, but we'll see.
Because this one is Shadowbringers?
Yep.
Yeah. This is a cool beat. Welcome to the 10-minute power hour, where we go through half an hour kind of whatsamahoozies in the span of actually this one I'll grab the.
Yeah, because the tank buster, I think, still hurts non-tank.
Yep. Is this a tank buster?
Tank. You're a tank, so it shouldn't hurt that much.
Yep.
Yeah, so you're fine.
Yeah, but hang on.
Oh, yellow means spread, orange means stack. So we need to spread out from each other here. And follow me to the corner.
Oh yeah, because it doesn't.
Wait. Go in.
Oh, I got hit with the vulnerability stack. Sorry.
That's okay. We need to go directly to that.
Wait, on top of it?
It's a pretty far knockback. So we need to spread out, and we need to be in front of the boss. Because otherwise, he's going to...
Oh, shit.
That.
Yeah. Okay. Damn.
We're just going to see how far we can
Because there's a critical moment where you can't do it or something isn't there. Because I think
There
I
is a
remember.
very-
I think I remember this guy. Doesn't he cocoon you or something? Hi there, Goddess
yeah.
Slime Yokai Cat. Welcome, welcome. Velk is introducing me to the fun of Savage, like in previous patches and such, but we're doing it unsynced, so we can have an easier time trying to get the mounts.
Yeah, I think he's gonna tank buster me here, which is when the round is over.
Okay, okay. Yeah, you got 2 vulnerability stacks on right now.
Crumbling down. Oh, right, that's this mechanic. Uh-oh.
What does it do?
I may have just beans to myself.
Oh. Oh. So the middle one is gonna explode?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna cop a DD here. Just kidding, I have a barrier.
Nice, nice.
No, don't do it!
What is he doing?
Ow. This. Good night.
Ah, okay, okay.
Yeah, I can't survive Stone Crushers. That's a you thing.
Alright, alright. Let me...
Alright. It should be good, though. And you can do this fight on the free trial as well.
Yeah, because it's part of Shadowbringers. Because so like you
Yeah.
should be able to go through all the patches of Shadowbringers.
Tank Buster.
Ow, shit.
Yeah,
Ow!
on content, that
Okay,
thing
hang
hit
on.
like brain.
Yeah, let me...
Okay, so we spread out. So now we go about here to the corner.
Okay.
Or wait forward. Now.
Yeah, okay.
Ow. The orange was a stack.
Okay.
That's all good. I'll live. So, we need to go right up that one.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. So, he's in wheels, we need to go to the side.
Ow.
Ow! I can't. So, yellow is spread, orange is stack. If you
Okay.
have yellow and orange, that's a you thing. I don't think you're gonna make the DPS check, but you can get comfy with the fight. So, you want to put these, yeah, around there, that'll be fine. And then go to the other side of the arena.
Oh, okay.
Nope. That's all good. Oh, that's the one. Nope, nope, no, it wasn't the one. So go between the rocks and move. Get ready to move forward. Move forward. There you go.
Oh, God. Alright.
Tank Buster. You're in inner release, so you don't have to worry about this.
Oh, okay. Whoopsies.
So this will be fists. Correct.
I accidentally used Home Gang. But that didn't matter, because I'm dead. Wait, did I accidentally use Home Gang? I don't think I did.
If you home gang, you live that one.
Yep, okay.
You should anyway. Alright?
Try this again.
I offer you a feint at this trying time, and that's all I can offer you for cooldowns.
No, that's okay. That's all good. All right, so yellow.
This is spread.
Yep. And
So we need to go to the corner. Wait for one. Go.
what's this? Stack?
Yep, orange is stack.
Cool. All right. So yellow spread, orange stack. If you get both, you're fucked.
Yeah. Or pop a cooldowns in your case. For me, it's just death.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Here? I think. Oh no! Fuck! I didn't have enough distance.
Okay, I will see if I can lift this, because I'm curious. I don't think I can. Woo! Yeah, I can, but ow.
Ow. Yeah. Alrighty then. Ow.
You can also arm's length the knockback.
So.
Yeah, we got this.
Okay. All right. Tempting to send a DM to Cap and Sash and like the whole gang and
Oh, if
being
they
like,
want to help, absolutely.
yeah, see how they like it.
Because we can do all the Shadowbringer ones then.
Yeah. And then what's this? Oh, this is a spread.
Okay, we can stay here. We can stay here. It gives you time to move after the...
Alright, so this one we want to be here until we need to run inside.
Correct.
And then this is a stack. Wait. Now.
Go.
And now here to the stack. There we go.
There you go.
And then I don't know what voice...
Congratulations, you're understanding Savage Mechanics.
I'm understanding the first phase. Alright, fuck it. Inner release.
So look if he has tires or wheels. He has wheels, get to the side. Other side, other side, other side, other side, other side. You got lucky.
I had inner release still. Oh, but I'm not. I'm gonna die.
Under the boss, under the boss, under the boss.
What do you mean under the boss? Oh, okay.
And then spread. And then use your restoration ability, and yeah, you're fine. Grow up.
Thank you. This is my teacher of Final Fantasy XIV shit. By the by, chat is Velk Torem, where it's just like you're fine. Oh, I need to go.
Don't be a bitch.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
This mechanic, it turns out, doesn't really matter when we're like this, because we're over leveled. Yeah, it was the other one. Damn. Oh. And between the boulders. Oh. I have accidentally alt-tabbed. Wonderful. This should be okay. This is a tank buster. Use what you got.
Yep.
Okay. Second verse, same as the first.
Can I arm's length this?
Yeah.
Nice. So I need a spread for this one.
Under the boss, under the boss, under the boss,
Okay,
under the boss.
okay.
Yep, correct. And then away. That one's okay. You can get hit by that. That's peachy now. Kill he ass.
Yay! Twitch reminded me that I've been following you here for 4 years. Damn, that's a good amount of time, Benru. Welcome, welcome. I don't see you too often in here, so I appreciate you being here. We just defeated Titan on a savage difficulty. Me and Velk. Velk is really excited about this. I love how this is the second time in this stream where a mechanic comes in, you're like, oh, you got to be very mindful of this, Grant, and then it happens and you're like, well, that's bullshit.
No, it's not that. It's so for that mechanic, Titan faces a random direction. If he is not in the center, you don't know where he's going.
Yeah.
He was not in the center.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I still had inner release on, so I was really fortunate to fortunate to, like, you know, not get pushed back and such like that when he did like one of those things.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, I want to get into like an open area to fly so I can check out what this guy does.
Yep, and you will like the new mount that you just got as well.
Because this guy is in Velk looks like armor from Full Metal Alchemist. Yeah, he's a you're a fighter, aren't you, in the Dungeons and Dragons? That's the point of your little profile icon.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, this is what he does in sorry. So this is what Omega does in the Monster Hunter what's the name? Monster Hunter Wilds. That's it. Monster Hunter Wilds. So, oh my god, and he like just sucks me in. That's kind of funny.
Yep.
All right. And then next one I got is a Sky Slipper. Oh, this is the multi-seat one. I got another.
Yes.
Nice. I'll be real with you. It looks like something from Dragon Quest.
I've never played.
Have you seen Dragon Ball?
No.
Look up Akira Toriyama. Like, it just has that kind of vibe to it. It just has Akira Toriyama vibes because of, like, you know, all this. This looks like something from Capsule Corp or something like that. Zeebs loves a good suck, and yes, the Scarab mount is cute. Yeah, I want more multi-seater mounts, personally speaking, because I love the idea of, like, because my girlfriend Artemis Snep, who they were in the chats earlier and such like that, she has started going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. She is a Viera, like me, and she started as a Lancer, unlike me. Still here? Yay, you're still here. Nice. Oh. Sorry, I didn't, so you went through, like, you're currently up to, like, level 20 something or rather. Which guild did you end up going to, Grand Company-wise? Actually, I can probably find out by going to this thing here, and then friend list. You went for the Immortal, you went for the Old Dog Guild? You went for the guild that's just filled with short capitalists? My least favorite free city-state right now. I'm sorry, I cannot handle... Also, you're with a company already? What? Wait, are you in my company? No, you're not. Actually, hang on. View adventure plate. Also, I upgraded my adventure plate, so it looks kind of cool. I need to change his glasses and such. So yeah, let's see. Did you make an adventure plate? No, you have not created an adventure plate. But you're currently level 29 as Lancer right now. So she'll be a Dragoon in like one more level. She went with the No, you are absolutely incorrect, Benru. The American Guild isn't the Old Da. Old Da is like a very greedy capitalist stuck in the desert and such like that. The only thing American about it is the mob. But even then, that's more of like, you know, because of Lalafels and the Sultana and shit like that. You know what the American Guild is? You know what the American city-state is? The American city-state is ran in a city on the coast that has an admiral that leads the party, that leads the force, and it was generated thanks to the merger of pirates and privateers and buccaneers and merchants, all coming together for one common cause, and that is Limsolo Minsa. That is the Proto-America city-state. That is the American Guild.
really get rid of Limsa Liminsa then.
Sorry?
I should really get out of Limsa Liminsa then.
Oh yeah, Limsa Liminsa is also filled with all the RPers that like stand around in their like fucking cool like mod outfits that I don't see and shit, and they're just sort of like doing some like ERPing with their fellow like Vieras or Mikotes. Greedy capitalist stuck in the desert remind me about the westward expansion. No. We don't look to the west, okay? We don't look to the west. We look to the east. We look to the east, okay? Where it's nothing but swamp and ocean and beaches, okay? Oh, hi there, Panic Fennec. Welcome to the stream. You're probably hearing some really weird, unhinged nonsense when I tried explaining, like, you know, in this game, the Final Fantasy XIV. Did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV comes with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward, the tantalizing Stormblood, and the player-favorited Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime? It's right there. It's like right here. So,
I don't know if we can do that one.
are you like looking at other thingamadoogs?
Yeah, I'm looking at other mounts we can get you.
Okay, hang on a sec. Friend list. I don't know who she is. I know who this is. Tanaka is doing some... What are they doing? Oh, they're part of, something else. I can't remember what. And then there's my girlfriend. Panic Fennec, thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Wait, hang on a second. Didn't I raid into you at one point? I'm pretty sure I raided into you at one point. Hang on a second. Let me just double check with a clip. Ah! Yeah! Didn't I raid into you at one point? Oh, you got scared by a clown. Didn't I raid into you at one point with Blue Foxy Nicey Icy?
Oh, I nearly pissed my pants.
Nice guy is casting a line right now. You did. Nice, I remembered. I remembered things. All right, so wait, so we're just chasing after thingymadiggies, right?
The mounts, yeah. There's one that I'm looking at. I don't know if we can do it, but we can try.
Cookie for night. Oh, what? Eden's Promise Eternity. Okay. Dink, and then get over to Sashera.
Oh yeah, if Sashera wants to join, I'm just. Mount.
Oh, she really wants this mount?
She might really want this mount. And also the gear from here, because it is gorgeous.
Ah, damn. Cap's got the flu. Triggerfish are nasty. They're literal warnings in Hawaii about triggerfish because they will bite you and they hurt. Ah, okay. Am I going to Aurora? Did not have plans to. I told myself that unless someone was like, hey, I want you to come along to... Why are her boobs grapes?
Grape titty.
Like, that makes sense. But sorry, Panic. I have gone to a lot of different thingamadiggies, and like I went to Furdu like a number of times, and each time I did it, it was like I put more and more effort to socialize and such. And like I'm introverted, okay? So I don't gain energy from the planning and the socializing and such. I expend energy. So trying to expend energy to get people together and such like that is a lot of difficult nonsense for me, personally speaking. And by the third or fourth time I went to Furdu, I kind of had to accept that it is way too much work to do the whole, you know, organize and like hang out with people there, especially when it was just a case of like, oh, you know, we just assume you're going to be at Furdu and such. So people there aren't like, you know, 100% excited for, you know, myself going, and it's just inconsequential. So I decided, unless people started demanding for me of like, hey, I want to play... Oh, she's doing the rock thing. Unless people were like, you know, oh, hey, I want you to do... Okay, we want to be on this side. Unless people started being like, hey, I want you to come along to, you know, this furry convention or what have you, I kind of wasn't interested
Over
in,
here.
you know, doing the extra effort. Oh, we go here? Okay. Oh, okay. So that was because of...
Ow!
Oh, wait.
That's a spread mechanic, by the way. You went on top of me.
Okay, my bad.
Oh, I was gonna die here anyway. Because this hurts.
So, but yeah, so, the only times I've been to Aurora, I will be real with you, were when, there was the VTuber meet and greet. So, and that one I'm kind of cheating, because the idea of the VTuber meet and greet is that I took part in a, so it was so I was there virtually with my zebra, which was, yay, kind of cool stuff. All right, Junction Shiva? What am I doing with Shiva?
Memories of ice.
Memories of ice.
So,
So if you move here, you're going to...
oh, yeah, okay.
Unfortunately for you, you have to.
Somehow I didn't get invulnerability then. Oh, but I need to get away from that, don't I? Oh,
No.
come on!
You have to get knocked back, and you'll be fine.
Ooh, damn it. I wish I could res you.
Or if you want, you can jump off the edge and we'll try again.
Yeah, okay. What am
That
I...
should be most of the fight.
If I go to Furdu next year, let me know. Would love to hang out. Noted. Trying to work on socializing. Now they got me to run the streamer meetup. Oh, is there a streamer meetup at Aurora? Nice. But yeah, like, I told myself that unless, you know, people in my circles, like, you know, were like, hey, I want to see you at this, you know, convention or what have you, I was probably not going to go to it and what have you. Now, to put into perspective of like, oh, you know, like, does that mean that you have to be like, you know, people demanding you to come along and such? The unnamed Yeen, they live in Texas, and they were going to a fur con called Texas Furry Fiesta. They've gone to it once before, and they had a lot of fun, but they think it would be a lot more fun if there was like friends that came along with it. And so, lo and behold, guess what they did? They decided to be like, hey, do you want to come along to like Texas Furry Fiesta? And they opened this invitation to like the content creators in the Discord and what have you. Ow. And yeah, like, I was told about like, you know, 11 months before Texas Furry Fiesta would go off. Oh, let me do this. And then this. There we go. You lived. Sort of.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Good call.
Oh, I probably should have done Narset's Flash, shouldn't I?
Flash would have helped, but I gave us a regen anyway.
Yeah. But yeah,
I can
so
heal
I was
myself
given
up.
like an 11 months heads up of like, oh, hey, do you want to like, you know, meet up in Texas and such? And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll do that because I've never been to the United States. Like
In the center.
in the center? In the center? Okay, okay.
Like directly in the center.
Oh, okay.
You go north, I'll go south. So north
yep.
is where the boss is facing.
Yep. All right. And then...
Just wait. Wait. Okay, you go west and I'll go east. Perfect.
Nice. So yeah, so, you know, I put in the effort. Okay, so the... and then here-ish? Oh, no, that wasn't good. So yeah, so, you know, with 11 months to save up money and what have you, basically I had like a bonus from work that year that I kept savings, and then the second bonus from work from the next year came in, and so I was able to afford tickets to go to Dallas and a a hotel room, and I made it so I was there like for the week. I only need to be there for the long weekend for a furry convention, but I wanted to experience other nonsense while I was in Dallas. And while 2 weeks would have been probably a better amount of time for it, I was only able to get myself a week. And quite frankly, I had a wonderful time. It was quite easily the most fun I had at any furry convention, was because of the fact that, one, I was surrounded by people. I was... Spread?
No, I don't think this one matters. I think you got a home gang this one.
Oh, okay. Ow. I didn't need a home gang that, but I see what you mean. Also, why is she not dead?
Because she's got to do her mechanics first.
Okay.
No,
now I'm dead.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So
But,
we just need to beat that DPS timer, and we're good. Okay.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, where's my brain at? Where's my brain? But yeah, so, you know, that, so that TFF experience, I feel like is a really, like, that was a really important experience for me of, like, you know, being part of a, because, like, I think there was, like, 15 or 12 people that Unnamed Yeen, like, try to organize and what have you, and I was given, like, I was given a great privilege to be able to, hang out with them and what have you, and I think there was, like, you know, we broke into, like, groups of 4 at one point, and with me, introverted as I am, I still wanted to, you know, hang out with the other ones and, you know, form my own decision of, like, you know, who I wanted to hang out with and, like, you know, what their interests were and such. Oh, I need to be over here. Do we need to be away from her?
And then Ice is also a spread. For the purposes of us.
Wait,
Lightning, and I think that's over here.
So yeah, if I have a moderator in my chat, can you give a shout out to the unnamed 471, because their username isn't the unnamed Yeen, it's unnamed 471. There, sit. Nope, damn it, I pressed the wrong thing. Damn it.
That's fine. I already admitted.
Okay.
I don't have 0 yet.
Okay, okay.
Directly in the middle.
Oh yeah, this is the ice one, isn't it?
Yep.
Memories of ice.
Okay.
Alright.
North. You're going north.
Oh yeah, I should probably be further away from you. There we go. Yay, the what's-a-mahoozy worked on that time, because I actually aimed for it. Or timed it, sorry. Alright, you said there was like a DPS check?
Yeah, because we're gonna struggle to do Titan. Uh-oh. That's fine. When you do the first one, just mitt the first one heavily.
Yep, okay.
And for the second one, I don't know. Do your best.
Alright. Alright, so... Yellow is spread... Like, I'm pretty sure yellow was... No, yellow was... Yeah.
Yellow is spread,
Yep.
but everything else will explode.
Okay.
Yep. So now heal yourself up. Go with, yeah, that'll work. And see if that'll... Okay. Any leftover mitt that you've got, use it. Good shit.
Nice.
This kills the Eden. Go directly in the center. This cutscene is great.
Oh, damn. Not even inner release stopped me.
The
Okay.
fusion is undone. But is she alright?
But yeah, let me do this.
This is an alternate cutscene.
What the? Who's that?
What do you remember from the story?
No.
It's Metron.
Metatron?
Metron.
No idea.
Metron?
Oh, there we go.
Ah!
Oh my god.
Yes, I remember.
Mm-hmm.
I am Gaia. Mine was the seat of Logreth.
Okay, seeing that. Oh yeah, I remember seeing you. My area of expertise with just number of degrees in ancient history.
To this star.
That kind of looks like cool armor. Okay, what am I doing?
It looks great!
All right, so what am I doing
You
here?
need-
Fulfill my duty.
Drag her north.
Darkness.
Like this far?
By the
Sure.
will of the
All right.
ancients.
Oh, this also hurts, by the way.
Oh Jesus, fuck. Okay.
You now want to get behind her. And just stay there.
Ruination. Smite
Because-
my foe.
There's a knockback coming. So she's saving a Dark Water. And there will be a Dark Eruption happening.
Okay. Why am I'm barely doing anything to her.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage here, but here's the knockback I was talking about.
Inner release. Oh, there. No, never mind. I didn't have an inner release.
Okay, so Darkest Dance is you have to... Okay. Can't remember if that's closest or furthest. But yeah, that's the basics of this. If you want, jump off and I can join in.
Oh, is the Oracle of Darkness gonna respawn? Like, or do we
Yeah.
have to do the?
Present.
Hang on. So.
Future. Infinite possibilities condensed into a single moment.
What the? All right. So there's
Blue
time.
ones happen slower, and the yellow ones happen faster.
All right. So.
You will be baiting some of these.
Ow.
Doom.
Ah. Okay. What else did I miss? Yeah, honestly, in last year I didn't feel, but I moved friend circles since I started streaming, and now I feel welcome and super happy. That's awesome, Panic. Hang on, sorry, I'm just reading a little bit more. We'll know if it ever happens because he'll be. Wait, what? Is one spiteful bish. I feel sorry for Zeebs. He ever makes you mad. Oh, I always feel bad when I make her mad. Scared both. No, man. Whatever you say, man. Does make sense that she's involved with childbirth, given she helped her mother Leto give birth to Apollo. Didn't know she did that. The girl looks like Tifa from Advent Children. Who? Her? Oh no, this is Gaia. She's Rain's lesbian friend. Like, there is no lore implications for like whether or not they are like a couple, but I'm pretty sure
There is.
Rain and Gaia. Oh, it is? They're proper couple?
Well, in the Ultimate, they were holding hands, so you tell me.
Okay, yeah. Well, here's the thing: is that in this one, in the Eden, there's a crystal out in the middle of nowhere, and it gets the pride colors. So I thought because of the two of them and like Rain restoring Gaia's memories and such, it was implied that Gaia and Rain had like a lesbian crush and togetherness.
Well, also, her and Metron were together when they were Asians, and Metron was a female, and usually is a female, but was a male this time in the reincarnation.
Okay. I'm gonna get on VR, but we'll see you later. See you later, Panic. But yeah, so definitely would love to hang out with you, Panic, though, honestly. Probably just need to find some time for VC shit. Alright, here we go.
I shall
Dragonor.
fulfill my duty as the Oracle of Darkness.
You might have to drag her a bit more north.
Alright, alright.
By the will of the ancients.
I'll heal myself here.
Oh, shit. Alright, get closer.
Yeah, I'm fine. She's still casting.
Oh, okay, that's why. Shit.
Whispers of ruination.
There you go.
There we go.
That should be good.
Smite my foe!
So now here.
Yep. We do not want to stack these together because these do the big damages.
Oh, it's a spell in waiting.
Yep.
That's not good.
I will heal. So, I think you need to be closest.
Me?
Yes, for this.
Okay, okay. Do I want to be here in case of knockback?
Oh no, it's furthest! And then, okay, and yeah, knockback.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
You've
jump
never-
off, fuck that.
You did miss my celebration message about getting my chocobo. Oh, damn! I missed it. Just like plans. I did. Oh, you got your Grant. I got my chocobo. Congratulations on getting your chocobo. What did you name him? The name is very important. It's not really all that important, but I personally went with the name Cookie because Meeps like suggested the name Cookie, and it's just stuck ever since.
Will of the ancients!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Whispers of ruination. Smite my foe!
Okay, so you can just stay there, actually, for Darkest Dance. I'm going to be sitting under the boss so she doesn't target me.
Okay.
Because it is not first in aggro, it is furthest away, it seems.
So like this.
Yeah, but you don't want to be too far away because you're going to make her jump to you. So... that's going to be problematic. I'm going to try and bait it then. Because you want her up here.
Oh, okay. I gave you Narset's flash. Hopefully that actually helps.
Yeah, I'm mostly fully healed now.
Nice.
Hermes is a great name.
Oh, yay, nice. Another Greek icon.
Past, present, future. Infinite possibilities condensed into a single moment.
Oh my god, I cannot see the target reticle. Alright, we need to bait, go to a yellow one and bait it outwards if you can.
So like here?
Yep. Yep. See if this works. Oh, it's twice come ruin. Oh, we are fucked. Right in the down under.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, no, twice come ruin, we can't do this. We need another person.
Ah, okay. I can tell you now, anything I get to name will be being Greek myth or the Roman equivalent. Ah, okay. So we just leave on this one?
Yeah.
All good. All good. I imagine
But-
this would have been a light party thing.
With 3 people, we can do it.
I feel like light party would be just as good.
Yeah.
A light party, I think, would be better. But yeah, we could do Wondrous Tales, honestly. Like,
I have to make tracks. I have been requested.
ah, okay. All good. All good.
So, enjoy your new mounts. There was like 3 of them, yeah? 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, there was a few of them. Well, I already had the Gobwalker. You got yourself the Gobwalker.
Yeah, but you also got the Danger Noodle, the Plane, the Omega, and the Slipper.
Ah, yeah, cool. Well, I'll just do the things in my Wondrous Tales that I know I can do, so...
Yeah. Alright, I will catch you later. I will stick around in the stream, so
All good. Thank you, thank you. This is fun. Because all of these are like level 60 stuff, so I can just, you know, quite easily just one hit. Maybe two tap. See you later. Oh yeah, see you later, Actually, I should have given you a shout out, Panic. Hang on a second. There we go. Oh wait, no, I already gave you a shout out earlier. All right. Actually, what I will do is, streamer, Panic Fanac. Oh no, I didn't. It's not. Hang on. Can I do it here? Add streamer. Yeah, there we go. Now you're part of the auto shoutouts. There we go. There we go. All right, so that's one out of the way. I don't know if I can do these two, quite honestly. That you do as a normal party. Delta Scape. I can do anything from the Delta Scape, quite honestly. So let's just go with the first one, which, as Velk has mentioned, is the Danger Noodle. There he is. Completely forgot about this guy in the Delta Scape. Man, I've missed Velk already. It means I'll need to pay proper attention to my chat, though, at the very least, when I go through all these things, though. So you can be certain I won't forget yous. There we go. We're doing fairly all right. We're doing fairly all right. But yeah, none of this is current patch, by the by. This is all like stuff you'd find in the free trial at this point. And there we go. No point picking up all of this, because I already got all that nonsense in the past. And there we go. 2 down. So yeah, so I think someone was trying to do a, hang on, I think someone was trying to do a, what's-a-mahoozy for the second walk. So someone's doing the third walk. Spamming for Borgia, Relic, Send Help, Delta Escape 1. Cuff of the thingy-madiggy. Minimum Elmin, Silencing Echo. Okay, weird. The Occult South Horn. Ah, interesting. Minimum 30 people, level 20 with quests, bring ciphers, materia rate. Okay, I have no idea what that is then. I don't know what all of that means. And then we've got savages of those. We got the unmasking extreme, Cuff of the Sun, first time completion, another Cuff of the Sun. But what if we did it blue mage style? Nice. Spamming for the Boja, first time bonus, Endwalker side story, fun Goddess Swooning edition. I remember this. And then we got Windhurst Third Walk, which isn't what that is. MSQ, Unsynced Party, solely because I hate Fandaniel. Nice. Fuck it. I'll do a duty roulette. Huh. So yeah. Yeah, look at all this nonsense I've got. Book of Septulite, Gobwalker. I should probably, so Fiend, so the totems are as they are. I should probably send them into the proper vendor when I do. Also, I have a rarefied Guerrera Benya. Don't know who needs that. Proto armor identification key. Oh yeah, these are for what's Mahuzi quests. The coral necklace. Let me see. Fuck it, we use this item. Wait, will it let me? Nah, it won't. Okay. Here's what I'll do. I'm gonna use the Maelstrom Aetherite ticket, so then that way I can hand things over to the Maelstrom for some easy company tickets, because I don't really, like, what is this? Because this one here I can just get freely whenever I want. That one would probably be a little more difficult. So the Eden stuff, you know what? Hang on, Control-Shift-I, here we go. So I got the Gordian, I got the Medan, I got the Alexandrian. I don't know what blue spear, oh, level 74 stuff. All right, so Omega Chest, that's Diamond, Genji, Omega Weapon, so I'll put you there. All right, so we got a Diamond Weapon Coffer, Suzuka Weapon Coffer, Genji. I have no idea what those look like. And then we got a level 80. So, Diamond and Diamond. Sayuka, Genji. Yeah, I don't know what many of these things look like. But yeah, I feel like Omega might be some cool looking stuff. But let's see. So these three are the 70s, and that there's the 80. Fuck it, let's see what the 80 stuff looks like. Try on. Draw your weapon. It doesn't really do anything, so... Alright, let's have a look at Genji. Genji's axe. That's kinda cool how it does the thingy-madiggy. Like... Don't know how I feel about it. Alright, let's try Suzaku. Nah, once again, not feeling it. Let's go with the diamond. Nah. None of these suit me, personally speaking. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm as ready as I will be. Actually, that's a level 80 cane, which might be good for my healer once they get up to that level. Let's get rid of the Suzuka stuff. Oh, I need a... Let me buy some shit. First class, material, venture tokens. And exchange. There we go. And then let's look. Deals aren't too good. Sanctions, cresting. Got plenty of views. Let's have a look at these. Some Maelstrom tickets. I've got like quite a bit, so don't really need to use them. I could use it on those guys if I wanted to. Undertaker supply mission, expert. Yep, get rid of the red mage thing. Get rid of the great axe. Maiming, casting, the longbow. Keep use scouting. Axe and cane of Sephiroth. Let's get rid of use. Gordian Coda. Actually, no, I haven't hit level 60 with a scholar yet, so that will be fine. Berserker's Scarf. I feel like that's for the fending, which I don't need. If we could get some people to do Oracle of Darkness, the gear from it looks pretty good. There's a few there. Even I wouldn't mind. Okay, okay. I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. There's a lot of alt leveling I need to do. Because, like... Look at this. I have gotten all... Thanks to the cosmic exploration and... You know, some of the times that I am able to put a little bit more into this than I normally shouldn't while working, I have been able to go and do these. I was able to get these up to level 100 because these I can do without going into a dungeon, without going into a party, without putting myself in a situation where I need to be, you know, on my feet. I can take this relatively slowly. And the only thing that is absolute bullshit is the desynthesis skill, which I have not done anything to. I have not yet done the Disciples of the Land, because those are really annoying to try and do in the Cosmic Exploration. And meanwhile, if you go over to my Domain of War and Domain of Magic, you will find that I am lacking in a good number of these classes. The Astrologian is 45, the Scholar is 46, the Monk is 48, the Ninja is 46. There's so many classes that could do so much better right now. And then Blue Mage is always going to be weak. So we're number 2 in the queue with an average 12-minute wait. So yeah, so... Actually, I'm pretty sure, don't I have a class that needs to... Hang on a second, let me just double check. So, yep, I've done all the quests for the miner. I still have a quest for the... Yep, I have a quest for the botanist that I need to get done. Also, what is up with... Oh boy, here comes the neck problems. Closest is West Idleshire. Let's just grab you and head to West Idleshire. So, because one of the things I want to work on is getting the... So I want to get some old classes leveled up and such. Because, number one, would be nice to, you know, get them much, much closer to current patch, if not the next patch that comes out. So then that way I can pick and choose the classes I want when I want to go help out Code the Yoshi or whoever. Grant! Grant! We've done it! We've found a solution to our pest problem at last! I was just about to make my way to the guild to talk with Fufucha. It's only right that you should join us to see the culmination of everyone's hard work! I suppose. Let's... I hate that. I hate that they're like, oh yes, I have made a grand discovery. Please, let us go somewhere completely different. Fuckers. A lot of them fuckers. Alright. Nyom, nyom, nyom. And then over to New Gridania, where we go to the Botanist Guild. So yeah, because yeah, this wait time is like 12 minutes and such. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What's more is this is a really weird party. Because like, there's no way we're going to be able to join as our like weird thingamadiggy for alliances. I love his fucking hair. Sorry, I was so tempted to just skip all this. I see everyone is present and accounted for. Let us begin. Sounds like my cue. Edgeth and I managed to find a solution. 2, actually, to this eelworm infestation. We can choose to put our faith in either alchemy or what it was called again? Ah, yes. Companion planting. While alchemy is the more potent of the two, it would have its downsides. For one, it has equally potent side effects, and if any concoction we use happens to scatter further than we planted, it could wreak all manners of havoc on the environment. In which case, the only option realistically available to us is to make use of a blend of the two. I know enough about botanical alchemy to cover that aspect, but companion planting may prove somewhat difficult to utilize. I don't want to make a fool of myself, but could someone explain to me what companion planting is exactly? Simply put, it is the process of planting different crops in close proximity, so that they may mutually benefit one another. These benefits vary from stimulating the growth of neighboring crops to increasing yields. Oh, and perhaps most interestingly, it can also help prevent pest damage. In the case of eelworm infestation, a flowing plant called Ralger's Streak is said to be effective. However, sadly for us, there are none left in Saint Moenachi's arboretum. I can say with confidence that we have never had any at the guild either. However, I do have an idea as to where there may be found. The flower owes its name to Ralger, the guardian deity of Alamigo. I dare say you stand a good chance of finding it in Gear, Albania, where faith in the Destroyer has ever been strong. It stands to reason that the flower would grow in that area. And that's where you come in, Grant. Do you reckon you'd be up to traveling to Gear, Albania and tracking down this elusive plant on our behalf? Leave it to me. Leave it to me. It be good. After all that we've been through together, I have a mind to accompany Grant. It's the least I can do. Party makeup has changed. Don't be getting ahead of yourself now, young lady. The fire may have died down, but there's no guarantee that Gear Albania's safe enough for civilians to be wandering around searching for flowers. Grant may be able to look after himself just fine, but you're a different story. You may only get in the way. Say what you want. It's my duty to accompany Grant. This is the final obstacle standing in our way, and I can't very well leave him to tackle it alone. The final call is yours, Grant, but in my mind, such passion ought not to be hindered. Thank you so much, Grant. This time, I promise you'll have no cause to regret allowing me to accompany you. I'll go on ahead and begin asking people about the flowers' whereabouts. I shall take the precaution of informing the owner of the twin adders of your visit. The best of luck to you both. Do look after her, Grant. Egdith looks like the little sister I never had. Doesn't bear thinking about what I'd do if something happened to her. Alright, looks like the whatsamahoozy. The party disbanded. They just could not handle me. Hey! Why'd you go stealing my shirt? Why'd you go stealing my shirt that talks about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavens War, the tantalizing Stormblood, and the player favorited Shadowbringers up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime. That was a lot of work. I like to oogle a shirtless Zeebs while I eat. Oh, good for you. Yay. I'll be real with you, Artemis. I'm back on the shake diet. There have definitely been occasions where I've just been like, why am I losing this weight? Why am I trying to get under 100 kilos? I could just be, you know, ordering in, like, pizza. I could be getting some really lovely, like, voluptuous meals into my gullet. I could be trying to tantalize the girlfriend and being like, ooh, you wanna join in on a sushi train? You wanna have a day around Brisbane? Did you know there are places with unlimited sushi? For health? Yeah, goddamn health. Why can't the human body just absorb 10,000 calories a day? Knowing my luck, I'll get under 100 kilograms, and I'll make one day. I will just have one day where you and we will go about the town. All right, so we need to go to, what the? One day, once I hit under 100 kilos, we'll just have like an absolute like ripping of a time where it's like we just relish in things. There's a friend of mine. Did I tell you about the sushi train style hot pot place? Tell me more. Send me a DM. There are some TikToks that I follow where it's some guy that tells you about all these cool, like, unlimited, like, you know, chicken wings, or, like, you know, Korean fried chicken and, like, you know, sushis and all-you-can-eat buffets. Or not all-you-can-eat buffets, but, like, you know, you can spend, like, $60 per person or something like that, and it's just all you can eat. Well, this seems to be the place. Let's try asking around about Ralger's streak. I shall send you deets. Excellent! I need to find that image again. Where it's just like, don't you ever just want to say to the world, let's get fat together? This is the problem. This is the problem of going around in furry circles and being like, you know, you can just totally immerse yourself in just gluttony and sloth. But I gotta remember, I'm doing this for my health. I'm doing this so then that way when there does come a day, there will be a day where you and we will just enjoy ourselves. We'll just, breakfast, we'll go out to a cafe or something like that. Lunch, we go, you know, like someplace like, you know, that's an all-you-can-eat or something a little bit fancy. And then dinner, we retreat back to my place or your place, whichever of ours seems more, or like, you know, closer and safer. And then we just snuggle up, and then we'll just, like, you know, enjoy popcorn and movies. But then there's a knock at the door. You weren't aware of anything happening. Why is someone knocking on the door? But then, oh, lo and behold, behind your back, I ordered pizza. Secret pizza. Now that's a name I've not heard in a fair while. Memory's a bit foggy, but I'm pretty sure it was a wildflower found far out in the mountains. Who knows? There could still be a patch of them growing somewhere. Alright, so the flower is found. Look, I am not a healthy person. Like, you're catching me, Artemis, like when I'm not at my lowest. I'm not 88 kilos, but I'm not back up to my highest of like 150 kilos. I completely forgot to check what Frank was saying. Hang on a second. What did you say? Oh, just remembering that smell is enough to make my nose close up. Happy to have seen that last of that flower, I am. Oh, okay. Fuck you then. Could be a very useful flower, but fine. But yeah. You know, everyone wonders, it's like, Grant, like, how does this happen? It's like, they wonder, like, how do I get away with just eating, like, a pizza box size of halal snack pack? Why is my favorite burger, like, you know, 4 patties of beef and cheese? And once again, I forgot what he said. From what I've heard, it's native to the Locks. Sad to say that is as far as my knowledge stretches. Okay, okay. Oh, yeah. Right, so from what we've heard, odds are that Ralger's streak grows on a mountain somewhere in the Locks, far away from any settlement. I'm gonna head back to Idleshire, lest I risk truly getting in your way. I'll make sure to prepare the mud plots for your return. Assuming everything goes swimmingly, all you need to do is plant the flowers and we'll be well on our way to be pest-free future. Well, I suppose you shall actually have to find the flower first, although I don't imagine that will trouble you too much. If you can spot a tiny little eelworm egg, you can surely spot a flower. Okay, okay. Alright, so Rogers Reach and okay, so we need to go. So it's nowhere here. It's in the lock somewhere, far from society, up in the mountains. Alright, let me just head over here. Alright, so 50 meters away, there's something over here. And so if we can deal with the eelworm, like if we find eelworm eggs and what have you, then that might be a good indicator. But I don't know where we might find eelworms. We got Loch Nockas. 554 norms to the northeast. Okay, so we still got a ways to go. So it is, you know, taking us all the way up there. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right. So here we are. I feel like we're still a little too close to society if we're here, though. So we need to be up in the mountains. So let's try. Hopefully we'll be able to navigate our way out of here. Alright. So locked leeches, saltaneas, these are the high banks. And then, let's see. Tomb of the Errant, King Manfred. So, hang on, we're flying really high up. So it was in the lock somewhere. I wonder, is it maybe this patch of... Let's see. What's this? Hello? No, it looks like there's nothing to get here. Yeah, there's just, like, trees and what have you. Darn, I was kind of hoping it would be somewhere here. So, Ralger's Streaks. Maybe it is where the trees are. Maybe it is something like that. So... Alright, so we were around about here. Alright. Here are the trees. Hard place furnish material. What the shit? Okay. Alright. Scour with a 25% chance. Hell yeah. Alright, and then pick up one of yous. There we go. Didn't know you were available, but okay. Use a cordial. Hey, look at that. Gazelle. What? Excuse me? Oh, fuck's sake. All right, use you very quickly. So somewhere in the peaks. All right, grab you. And fuck it. Let's see if you're worth anything. So scour. And then this. There we go. All right, so... All right, so somewhere in the peaks, 2 dots and a... So somewhere... Here. All right. Give me a second. I'm just going to really quickly change to my warrior real quick. And... Oh, wait, hang on. I'm not at the peak, so I need to swap over to here. Alrighty. This is what I want to be able to join in with Artemis on when she gets up to a higher level. I think the lowest level is like level 40 or something like that. But basically, this is called treasure hunting. If you can't get to the market board and such, this is how you get money. Is you dig up treasure and then enemies will pop out of it. You need to defeat them in order to open the treasure coffer. So this Belladonna over here, we need to get rid of. And then reinforcements come in, so we need to get rid of them too. And we need to get rid of them in 5 minutes as well. We need to get rid of them like relatively quickly, otherwise trouble. And there we go. We have defeated all the enemies. Oh! Oh, look at that! Maps, the lowest level map is 40, but there's level capstone maps designed for full parties for that level. Yeah, but, you know, if it's unsynced and such. But yeah, look at that. So because we did that, we got ourselves a Ranthania leaf. What does that make? Nonla. All right, no idea what the fuck that is. We got ourselves some nuggets. We got some reishi. We got a ginkgo leaf, so that's really cool for like outdoor furnishing. We got some beetle cubes. So like some of these can be like, you know, shops sell some of these things. Shops. So we got a wind cluster. But yeah, any party members will also be transported. So yeah, let's see how we go. Straw hat. Yeah, straw hat. You're nearly there. You're nearly at 30. Nice. Shifting of the... Raider of the Shifting Altars. Okay, let's see. I haven't been on this map before. And what's more is this is normally meant to be done with a light party or a full party. So I'm going into this like severely unprepared. Let's see. Yeah, and it's level synced me, so this is gonna be a problem. First invocation. All right, let's see how quickly we fuck up. All right. We don't want this guy. We don't want to get sucked off. Please don't suck off. Please don't suck. Please don't suck. Please don't suck. I have no idea what that does. Dun, dun, dun. Level 70 war. You'll be fine. Thank you for the confidence. Thank you for the vote of confidence. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I actually have to do things. Alright, let me move out of the way of you. If any ads pop up, this is going to be a problem. And I mistimed all that. I'm just doing my 1-2-3 combo at this point in order to stay alive. Oh boy. I am activating. Oh, come on. Seriously? This isn't good. Yeah, I'm not gonna survive this. Yep, there we go. I'm well behaving and I've not made sus comments. Well, I failed, so. Raiders of the Shifting Altars. What was that about? Altar Boy, lol. Complete Gortys 5 times. Complete. So yeah, I want to get these things done. Defeat like 100,000 enemies. Complete 3,000 fates. Resurrect a player who's not in your party or alliance 200 times. Complete dungeons that are level 61 and above. Extreme trials. Warrior is really close. Warrior is getting there. Like, extreme trials of level 61 and above. Unreal trials. High level duty roulettes. Or duty levelings as a warrior. So. The Bolsidian Assault. Delirium, Ragnai, whatever the fuck that is. Complete Rattle and Rumba with the highest Thingamadook. Alright. So, we've done that. But now we need to head back to the locks and find Sothwatch, Sweetwater. Maybe it's down south? Hang on. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty. Actually, let me open up the journal again. Explains to the curious once everyone is accounted is told by the twin adders was striking similar to Regos used to be cultivated. The officer also that the area is no place for little lady botanists. Struggles with the intention, however, you're confident the two of you should be able to learn. Was originally brought to Allegria to deal with a pest problem not unlike your own. While options sense very well, you learn that it's most likely to grow in a mountainous part of the locks. Alright, so that tells me it's like up here. Oh, hang on. It tells me it's up here. Back over to Botanist. The closest is a tree that's all the way over there, so like it's obviously directing me back to the Abalathia's skulls, so like, maybe it's down south, perhaps? Hopper's Low, the Furricans. So what happens if I get closer this way? An what the? Empherial mature tree? What is that supposed to be? Hi there, Ice Bear Popsicle. Welcome, welcome. I am currently going through, like, my own little, like, you know, I'm just casually going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV right now. I haven't looked up a guide or anything like that just yet, but I'm trying to find the, in the mountainous region, Ralger's Stake. Or Ralger's Streak, which apparently is somewhere in the locks in the mountainous region. And right now I'm just heading over towards this, random, like, there's this random, like, something called tree. You've been playing Destiny 2 and you're kind of addicted to it. Nice, nice. I'm guessing you had to deal with the news that they're gonna stop doing, like, new updates and such for Destiny 2, haven't you? Oh, we got Ice Cluster. Nice. And then Giving Land. 20. Ooh, that was a lot of ice. And then there was these things, which are gathering stuff, which doesn't really... I'm just gonna pick use. There we go. Alrighty. And then another Amphia mature tree. I don't think this is where I need to be. You've already had to deal with the shock and anger and confusion of it. Yeah. No, I tried getting into Destiny 2 long ago. Like I even tried streaming it a few times. But the thing is that I very much loved going through Final Fantasy XIV's like story and what have you. I feel like this was like a really enjoyable MMO to get into when I don't have like that many friends that were playing Final Fantasy XIV when I started streaming and what have you. But going into Destiny, I will be frank with you, hearing that they vaulted story content and stuff, like you couldn't go through the original story of Destiny 2, for instance. Like apparently something called the Red War or something like that was no longer available. You couldn't go through it. Like, I think that kind of sucks. I don't know, like, why Bungie did that. Like, why they prevented, you know, a story to be explored, like, you know, an original story to be explored and what have you. Like, I really feel like they should have at least let you go through those earlier, like, you know, missions and quests and what have you. But instead, they were like, nah, we're not going to let you do that. You're going to need to, you know, just play with whatever current content is, and then, you know, pay a DLC on top of the game in order to play more recent content. The Red War stuff, it's gone, but here's the dumb thing. Those that never completed it permanently have the mission stuck in their inventory. Oh. Oh, that's gotta hurt some people's minds, I imagine. All right, let's see. Is there... Nope, it's still wanting me to go to the Imperial tree there. Alrighty, hang on a chat. Chat, I'm gonna do something terrible. I'm gonna open up a guide. Give me a second. So, Edgith's winning streak. Alrighty, chat, let's have a look. So, Edgith's winning streak. Let's have a look. Okay. Is only present on the node during the quest. The node is located in the northwest area of the logs. For additional help, search the Gatherer's log for Jamel Ginger. Okay, so I need so lush vegetation over near the royal hunting grounds of the loch, which is royal hunting grounds. They say it's here, up in the... An unspoilt lush vegetation. Uh-huh. Only available between 4 a.m/p.m. is the respawn. Eorzea time puts it at... And server time puts it at 10 a.m. I need to... Oh my god, hang on. Sorry, chat, you can't see this. So I need to get this, but in order to get that, I need... that time up here to say 4 a.m. or 4 p.m. I've missed it. I've missed it by a good 6 hours. I cannot complete this quest until, like... harvesting... So I basically... Where is it? This guy here... Oh, that sucks. I hate that. I'm one of those guardians that have that quest. I managed to get to step 12 before it went bye-bye, and it's permanently stuck in my mission bounties. However, forever. I mean, if they remove content from the game, shouldn't it where anyone that never completed automatically send it to? Oh, this is no longer valuable. Disregard, aka the delete button. So yeah, like, I remember the explanation Bungie gave a long time ago was that the amount of resources that they were putting into Destiny 2, like, textures, graphics, coding, and all that nonsense. Like, they couldn't leave everything in there. Like, that was a problem. Like, they couldn't just leave everything in there. They had to get rid of some stuff, which I thought was, like, I'm gonna be frank with you, that's a bit of a weird reason to be like, oh, hey, you know, we can't have you going into these quests and such like that. Like, you're running a server, aren't you? Like, you're telling me that you haven't come up with, like, you know, methods of compression? Like, I don't know what it's like to make MMOs, but it feels weird that they vaulted, like, story missions. And that's just odd to me. And what's more is because they did that, I wasn't really incentivized into, you know, going through Destiny 2 because, you know, much like going into any sort of Dark Souls game, it feels like you're arriving to like a really great party, like well after it's like, you know, highlights and such. You're just going into it at, like, not an opportune time. Okay, cool. So we got you done, we got you done, we got you done. Let's see. So we can have a line there, we can have a line there. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it's still doable to do a 3 line somehow. Swap over to warrior. And let's see if we can do... I can't do this unrestricted, so I need to do either M1 or M2. Let's see how quickly those two pop. And while that's happening, I am going to get us back to Kugane. Because there is a thing we can probably do. Oh, that's not the worst thing. Some of the exotic weapons, if you had gone to the archives and grabbed them from there, half the time Benshi would give you the quest to try to upgrade the weapon, even though half the map that you needed to go to were deleted. So many people had missions that had deleted a... Oh. Ow. That sucks. That's terrible. Hand King. Okay, so you can go like all that. And then Trade King was like level 70 stuff. Hand King was all that and gave you all that. I need level 100 stuff. Fuck that. Actually, hang on. Let's see if we can do this. I ain't got anything better to do. Oh, hang on. I need to withdraw. I need to get rid of Delta Escape. Hang on. There we go. Get rid of you. Now join. Because isn't, like... Yeah, there's a jumping puzzle here. Alright, so... Here we go. Oh, shit. Alright. Stay. Alright. Donk. There we go. And then dink. There we go. Donk. There we go. And then... I need to not get hit by this roof. There we go. And then from here, I go onto this roof. And I think... Is it this way I go? Yes. It's this... Oop. Can I not? Okay, there we go. There we go. Ow. Okay, here we... Nope. Nope. There we go. And then... There we go. There we go. And then... Donk. Nope. Nope. Hopefully I'm going the right way for this thing. Like... No! Oh, you bastard. Alright, here we go again. All I can say for Destiny 2 is they messed up trying to keep up with all their stuff, and they're putting down in some games instead they're just starting as a new Guardian missions that are permanently stuck. Hang on. Hang on. I probably didn't read that correctly. Hang on. What? Damn it. Back down. They messed up on trying to keep up with all their stuff that they're putting down into the game, instead of letting those that just started as a new to emissions that are permanently stuck. Yeah. Like, Destiny 2 is just, like, it feels like I'm never gonna be able to, like, experience, like, any of Destiny 2's content, like, fully anymore. It's like I'm going to be missing out on some critical... Oh, Jesus. There we go. There we go. Let me just look over here. Is there any... Nah. So I do need to jump onto that beam there. There we go. And then jump here. Alrighty, so now... Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. There we... Oh, nope, come on. There we go. So yeah. Did you know there's like a fucking speed run to this? The Kugane jumping puzzle? There is, like... Alright, here we go. So, bink, don't, oh. That was weird. There we go, and then donk. And then... Oh, shit. Okay, that's a... Yeah, no, I need to do that again. Alright, here we go. Donk, 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 donk. And then... let's hug this corner. And then... donk. Nope, did not go close enough. Alright. It's funny, there are some exotics that you can still do to their dungeons, but they're extremely painful. Yeah. So yeah, it just... Yeah, like I said, it just feels like a Dark Souls story of like, oh, there was like a great many things that happened in this world, but you can't be there for them anymore, so, you know, get fucked. Play with the rest of us with like half the context. No! Fuck! Oh, Jesus. Alright, here we go again. This is the easy bit. Oh. How in the world did I do this on the first try, honestly? There we go. Crazy that I was able to do this on the first try before. Alright. There we go. Damn it. Nah. You don't play dungeons because you usually have people to play them with. So what do you do in Destiny then? Because like apparently like their PvP is like, you know, they're not getting anything for Gambit, so it's all the same like, you know, maps of like Capture the Flag or something like that. Is that what you do? Damn it. No. Damn it. Got there. Kugane Tower jumping puzzle. Pain in the ass. Look, it's a. I'm waiting for a duty thingamadiggy to get done to play some like, you know, heavyweights like one or two. So what the fuck else am I gonna do? Thank you for the rent. Thank you for the Gears of War shirt. I greatly appreciate it.
Did you see it?
There we go. What did I miss? You're now level 30. Told you I was close. Ah, nice, nice, nice. Alrighty. Congrats on reaching level 30. Alright, here we go, here we go. Yonk. Nope. Yonk. There we go. Donk. Donk. No, I overshot. God damn you. Alright. So... Dun-dun-dun. Okay, I still can't get that jump right. No! Fuck. That's the... Here we go, here we go. Yonk. Dun, dun. What the? All right, so here we go. There we are, and then oh, this is the tricky part. Where I am right now, this is the tricky bit. So I need to jump onto this thing here. Here we go. Ooh, there we go. And then this thing here. No! Oh, damn it. All right, that was... Thankfully, that wasn't as bad as a failure as I thought it was going to be. I thought that would have me going all the way back down to like the ground, which would have been absolutely devastating. Dun, dun, dun. No! Fuck. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Come on, here we go, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Never done the Kugane puzzle before, so all this is first time experience. And it's taken like several failures. Dun, 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 dun. All right, here we go. So there we are, and then there we are. Hey, look at that! I have no idea. Okay, I see. So I need to go here. Nope. Come on. Here we go. Nope. Bastard. Anyways, so getting ready to go to work now. All good, Icy Bear. Thank you for keeping me company while I wait for my duty finder to, you know, proc and what have you.
Hello.
Hello, bourgeois. Grant Johnson. That is me, Grant Johnson. While I'm waiting for a duty timer to go off, I'm going through the Kugane Tower puzzle right now. It is very tricky. For tonight, I'll probably hop on some more Destiny. I swear, just grinding levels in the game is frustrating, but the only reason why I'm doing it is to upgrade the hand cannon and pistol turncoat that I have. It's a void pistol that has the exact same ability power as a solar golden gun. Those are all words I barely understand. I'm gonna be sorry with you, Icy Bear. I have not gone through that much of, Oh, I
Moguro.
No, B-O-U-G-U-E-R-E-A-U.
Bugaro.
Bugaro. Bugaro, 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 Bugaro. Oh, Jesus. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right, there we go, and then dink. Nah, I got cock blocked there. Yeah, only moderators can use that say command. You get the TTS bot like everyone else. Me and moderators can do that. I used to have it where people who were subscribed could, but then that became a problem where no one who was subscribed would communicate in the chat because subscribers would just constantly be using the TTS. Oh, Jesus.
Boogaro_Contra paid me to say Boogaro, oh Jesus.
Boogaro. Boogaro Pientre. Alright, get rid of you. I wonder if this is easier with controller. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. I have been waiting 17 minutes in materia right now. Dun 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 dun. Damn it! I think that's a no. Fuck! I didn't do a big enough jump. Most famous Pientre in France. Is it Warcraft? No, this is the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV, that comes with a free e-trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn, and the award-winning Heavensward, and the tantalizing Stormblood, and the player-favorited Shadowbringers expansion, up to level 80, with no restrictions on playtime. What is your important question? Alright. Oh boy. Alrighty, here we go. No! Alright. Again. Here we go. Here we go. Are you doing this from getting bored, or is it a game task? I'm doing this from getting bored. Because right now, so like, you know, up in, ding dong, up here, there is, like, this is a countdown. So I'm waiting for a party to form for either of these two things. There is one tank and one healer right now waiting for it to form. It's taking me 19 minutes. They tell me it would take 17 minutes to form a party. They are wrong. And so now I'm just going through what's called the Kugane jumping puzzle, because, you know, there is a lamppost that you jump down to from the top of Kugane Castle to down there. I will pay you $1 Australian to not do this. My coffee is... I am not beyond bribes. Because believe it or not, there is not that many people that subscribe to me anymore. I'm a washed out streamer, okay? I've been doing this for like 5, coming on to 6, or maybe I'm up to 6 years at this point. I have been doing this, like, I had my stream anniversary like at the start of this week. Let me tell you, like, I'm not one of them big time streamers of after 5 years turning into like something massive like Iron Mouse. I am washed. I am absolutely not that guy. But $1 Austrian dollar is how many in Americano dollars? I don't know. It should allow you to change the currency. Is the Australian or Australian dollar like really weak or something like that? I don't know. Do I look like the kind of Zeebs that understands currency conversion well? I am the zebra that makes, you know, ill-advised financial decisions, okay? It's always weak. Ah, okay. Oop, boy. Dun 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 dun. Oh, shit. Yes, I imagine you pretty clear. I'm transparent. I'm thick, though. Thick of brain and thick of ass. Alright. How long have I been 22 minutes? Oh, fuck this. Withdraw. I'm gonna change back servers. I'm gonna return. I was in I was in Materia Ravana. I'm gonna move back over to Crystal Goblin at this point. Knowing my luck, like Crystal Goblin will be way easier. And what's more is I probably. Oh wait, no, hang on. No, damn it, fuck. Damn it! I needed to go. Log out. Let me do that again. Ah. Alright, I need to remember. Right-click the character, not left-click the character. Right-click, return to homeworld, confirm. We're heading back to Crystal Goblin, everyone. Yep, proceed. That will drop me back into Limsalo Minsa at this point. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. And now I just need to wait for that. Oh, look at that! I didn't have to wait any time whatsoever. Hell yeah. Kobe! Nice. Can went in that time. Alright. Let's see how we do. Let's see. Alright. Why is Blue streaming? Why is Blue streaming when I'm in the middle of streaming right now? Ray Solar is doing some... Hang on. Where's Ray Solar doing? I just noticed someone doing some... He's in Sephiroth. Hang on a second. Where is he? Visit another world center. Hang on a second. Let me just double check something. No. So Sephiroth is not in my data center. All good. Never mind. I thought there would be a cool moment where I get to play with another user, but it's fine. And meanwhile, Blue isn't even playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV or... Alright, let's try this again. Heavyweights 1 and 2. Actually, this is a perfect opportunity to check in on my girlfriend and see what she's doing right now. I imagine you're sitting wearing a suit that's one size smaller and hugs your body in a bureau. To change pretty clear. Almost, yeah. Aw, I don't think she's online anymore. Oh, good. Isn't that from Gurren Lagann? You're currently still in Materia. I'll switch once I finish this quest. Ah, okay. All good. All good. I didn't realize you were over in Materia. Ah, but now that I'm back on my home server, Crystal Goblin, I can now do this. I can now check in on all my, whatsamahoozies. Yep, we completed a venture. And... level 65. You know what? I'm gonna give you level 70 stuff at this point. There we go. And let's have a look. So that's level 70, that's level 30. Okay, so I'm still using that pickaxe for my purposes. Land King, Land King, Land King, and still using that ring. Okay, so I haven't yet. Still using what I want. All right. Assign a venture. Yeah, now she can go on to level 70 stuff at that point. But I'm gonna put her on quick exploration again, because then hopefully she'll find some good stuff. And then Pinnacle Woman, meanwhile. Adamantite, Gordian Manifesto, Gob, Fiend, Totems. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna put the totems in. Okay, she barely has room. Okay. So... huh? An oddly shaped gear cog that's being removed from using it would restore market prohibited. Oh. So that would have been jumping onto my main in Brynhilder. Nice, nice, nice. Hang on. Yunk, thunk. I've got all these totems and all these books and manifestos. I need to clean up this particular... yeah, like, look at this. She's got too much shit on her. View the thingy. Helon, Gerberta. Reassign. And then... I can't reset her job. Quit. And then we go to the adorable Boyton. Silver Grace Half Mask of Striking. That's definitely gonna be desynthesized or what have you. Alright. Outdoor furnishing, you go in there. A spring straw hat. Kind of looks alright. Not my cup of tea. Anything in here I can get rid of? That wall-mounted stuff I can probably take off at some point. Diamond Zeta, Ruby, Titana. So yeah, those are all weapons I've gotten from other things. He's already... so yeah, he's already wearing like the best gear he can as a level 100 warrior. That looks cool. Alrighty. Still waiting. This one says less than 5 minutes, and it looks like we're kind of flipping between like having 2 DPSs available or not, so... Aethernet. Head to the airship landing. Let's just head over to the gold saucer for a quick minute. Seek passage to the gold saucer. Let's go. I have more Manderville gold saucer points than I do Gil, which is kind of hilarious. All right. Yep. Purchase our first gold saucer ticket. So that's a 5. That's a 4. That's a 9. And then that's a 1. Let's try here. That wasn't a really good one. Oh, could this be? Let's go! Hell yeah! I got the smallest numbers. Yes. This is a victory. Doesn't matter how my evening goes. This here is a victory. Yes. Da 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 da. Hell yeah. And then this is the modern aesthetic saleswoman, where she sells all kinds of aesthetics, which I already got 2 of. And then... don't really care for anything there. Dun, 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 dun. Tarnished wolf stuff, nothing in the other, nothing in accessories, so I don't think it's her I want to go to. Gold saucer prize claim. Is this who I want? Yeah, alright, so... Simple pink, violet pails. Say, Jesus Christ, some of these are like expensive. Water imp, zoo, black cat, heavy hatchling, wind up, a piggy, the unlucky rabbit, mama automaton, the adamantosi, pod 602, the archon throne, horn that emits a overgrown known as the Coloxus. So yeah, look at this. Like, there's the blackjack identity key, the saboteur Fenrir. Like, look at that. You need like 4 million. 4 million. Would you believe me if I said I got the jackpot again? The mini jackpot, right? You're talking about the mini jackpot there, Artemis? And then we got modern aesthetic, pigtails, curls, and then fancy beverage, pursuing happiness, the Favnarian dance, the gold dance, the bee's knees, four-armed as well, easily. And then we got metallic eye patch on the left and the right, thick-rimmed glasses, contemporary pince-nez, magnifier, shaded visor, rimless oval reading glasses. Like, I'm saving up. I'm saving up to try and get these things. That's what I'm saving up for. It's gonna be slow going, I'm gonna be real with you. Now, did I remember to get some CAC boards? I don't think I did I? There she is. Alright, let me have a look. Looks to be in order. Now let's see if you won. No. Alright, so consolation prize. Oh, the last number matched. Alright, so that's the highest I've been so far. And another consolation prize. Alright. Alright, let's talk to use again. Purchase a major CAC pot. Ding, ding, ding. I didn't hear us. Nope. Purchase a ticket for a CAC pot. Fuck it. 9800. Let's try that one. And then next one. Will it let me do... Yeah, it will. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, I'm going to use the numpad. Oh, okay, so that's not what it does. All right. Fuck it. Universe, give me 4 numbers. Give me 4 numbers. Four, 1, 2, 3. 4, 1, 2, 3. And then finally, chat, give me a number. Give me a number between 0 and 9, please. Hopefully there's 4 of you in the chat that can help answer this for me. Eight. Pi. Okay, I'm gonna go with 3. So 8, 3. Wait, no, pi is not... Pi's not 3, is it? Hang on a second. Pi is, No, wait. Pi is 3, isn't it? Pi is 3 point something or rather. Yep, okay, cool. 3.1. All right, so 3, and then Leona says 9. All right, I need someone who is not Sir Dragon or Artemis Snep or Leonis to give me a number. Are you out there? Chat, give me the final number to this cackpot. This could be the winning ticket. Give me a number, universe. Please? Pretty please. Otherwise, I'm gonna go over to Blue Foxy and ICIC's chat and ask them for a number. Please. All right, I'm going to Blue Foxy and ICIC's chat and asking for a number. All right, let's see. What does he give me? All right, Blue said 4. All right. If this lottery ticket doesn't win, we blame Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. All right, the winning cackpot will be drawn every Sunday at 12 p.m. Earth time, which is tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, sorry, like 2 or 3 days from now. After drawing, you'll have until the following Sunday, 12 p.m. Earth time to claim your prize. Yeah. She's still wearing the same attire as before. Actually, is she? Yep, she still is. She still is. Oh, but now she's picking up the brand new stuff, like brand new boots and skirt and everything like that. Nice, nice, nice. I would join her party, but I'm still waiting on the heavyweights M1 and M2 to be done. I haven't done the level 30 quest yet. All good, all good. Dun, dun. So yeah, so I've done the cackpot. Let's see. Jump down here. No idea what that guy's doing. Let's try a little Moogle Claw, shall we? Baby blue t-shirt. What about my baby blue? I don't have a baby blue t-shirt. I don't think so. All right. So horizontally, and there we go. Got the big prize. 10 Moogles. All right. What happens if I go for a small one? Damn it! I missed it. Ow! It's Moogle Paw. You like... Ow. I'm gonna... No, missed again. It's the color of your t-shirt. This is not baby blue. This is like mint green. Damn it, missed it again. If we ever go to Japan and we go to one of those crane games, Artemis, please, please do not ask me to win you something from the crane games. I'm going to be absolutely terrible at these. Ooh, Air Force One is now underway at the round square. Hang on. I can win my own crane games. I'm quite good at them. Noted. Thank goodness. You can win crane games for me then. Looks like you're a sharp eye. Care to test your shooting skills across the Air Force? Once you're strapped in, all you need to do... Yeah. Ah, damn it. Withdraw. Here we go. Hell yeah. All right, here we go, chat. Here we go. So, aim, fire. This is gonna be good. 1, go. We don't want to hit those. I think the most you can score is 5,000. So, I'm getting close. Yeah, there we go. 5,000. We made it, chat. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, da, da. Love it. Look at that. Perfect score. 4,000 MGP for that. There we go. Alright, back to... Actually, hang on a second. Let me have a look at this thing. So, anything from cruiser rate. Alright, let's try... Alright, let's try anything from the cruiser weights as well thrown in. Let's see if any of them pop. Dun, 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 dun. Meanwhile, we got this one here. Hell yeah. Nah, I can do better. Ah, shit. There we go. All right, we got one tank and one healer right now in the queue. 1888. Actually, let me have a look at the party finder. Let's see what's happening now. Nope, just a lot of RPing servers. God fucking damn it. Here we go. Ow. Oh. Yes. What do you want to do, Artemis? Because clearly this, like, queue is not going to be popping anytime soon. Dunk. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Ow. I'm exploring in here at the moment, but I should do my level 30 quest. Your level 30 quest for, like, the MSQ or for the class? Because damn it. Shit. Well, I'm never recovering from that. I'm just gonna fuck off. I'm never gonna recover. Class. Oh, yes, you should definitely do that. That I highly recommend getting around to doing, because that one there will allow you to go through, blah, blah, blah. Brain, you can do this. That will allow you to go through the, Brain, you can do this. You can do this, Brain. That will allow you to go through, that will unlock your job stone. Hey, there we go, cruiserweight. Here we go. So, for instance, I started as a marauder, but because of this job stone, or the soul crystal, I can now run as a warrior. So that's the benefit of going through your level 30 job quest. Or class, sorry. It took time, but we got in there. Let's see. So, yep, Cassavenaire is...
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of Glamours!
Perhaps I'll draw this.
Alright, we gotta be cautious of bombs. Yep, cool, awesome.
Sugar Riot brings her work to life.
And then those are flying bombs. And then those are arrows, so we want to be here. Yep.
Will the challenger be all right?
What's your favorite color? An image comes to me. I hope you like it hot and sandy.
Ah, now we're in a desert. This is gonna be good.
Goodness! The rain has become a desert.
How about a little...
The music in this game is so good. Yep, scorching sand, which means we get constantly hit.
When I think desert, I think of these prickly fellows.
Oh boy. Yep. So they're adding in the cactus, so we need to be constantly moving to avoid cactus, like, doing little explosions. So, like, those ones there.
Watch out! It's a veritable storm of needles.
Oh, shit.
The challenger's down! Is this the end?
Are you fucking serious? Oh, we lost both healers. That is not good. Yeah, no, that's a wipe.
Quicksand? Oh, you don't want to get caught in that.
I should go do so then. Nice.
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of Glamours!
Perhaps I'll draw this.
Alright, avoid the bombs, so we want to be around about here. Maybe further back? Yes, I can. Awesome.
And with a flourish, Sugar Riot brings her work to life.
Alright, that was a better spot.
Oh, will the challenger be all right?
What's your favorite color? An image comes to me. I hope you like it hot and sandy.
Alright, back to this.
Goodness! The rain has become a desert.
How about a little more sunshine? When I think desert, I think of these prickly fellows.
Watch out! It's a veritable storm of needles. Quicksand? Oh, you don't want to get caught in that.
So yeah, we still have like the riverbank to go through. Hey there, Draconian man! Thank you for the watch streak. I greatly appreciate it. Hopefully you're doing all right. I am just locked in right now and dealing with Sugar Riot right now. This tiny Lalafell is doing like, you know, Picto whatsamahoozy powers.
What do you think of this?
Oh, flying bombs, which means we want to be here.
Amazing! They clearly anticipated that attack.
What do you say to a refreshing riverscape?
Alright, we're almost there. We're almost there.
A crystal clear river! How charming! Oh no! That was too much for the challenge!
Oh. Because they were on fire, so. Leonis is not going to have a good time.
The challenger rises again! Can they turn this around?
This is no good. It needs a touch of thunder, a dash of downpour.
This is I was an idiot as well. I should not have gone into the
A thunderstorm has turned the waters muddy! How frightening!
I have it. Some destruction to facilitate deconstruction.
A massive raging storm! I hope you brought your parasols.
I would have waited just a minute longer.
What power!
Nice.
Someone isn't holding back.
Actually, I don't need any of this. I don't need any of that. Alrighty. Cruiserweight, done. Back to trying to get some heavyweight. Fuck you, Chloe. Ding, 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 ding. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, no, hang on. So 1, 2, 3. So that does a cross. 4. So wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nah. So that won't do it, I don't think. Because you got your line there. Yeah, no, it won't do it because this line here needs to be in there. Alright. That's stressful because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, again? Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, no, 9. That makes sense. So yeah, so because there's... Alrighty, let's have a look at the party finder again. Palace of the Dead, casual 51 to 60 farm, still learning the mechanics, health appreciated. Tempting, honestly. Although I can go through Palace of the Dead solo, and I'm kind of trying to get some Aether nonsense. Alright. Excuse me. Zodiac, Rival Wings, Dancing Plague, Jade Stoa. Fuck it. Let's do some cosmic shit. And there we go. Alright. Display on map. Oh, that's too close. That's too far. Can I drop from here, please? Nah, it won't let me. Darn you. Alright, increase by 15%. Increase by, what's Mahoozy? Nice, 2 chunks. Couldn't really have anything in the center for me? Like, come on. Dun, 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 dun. Nice! Got the gold ranking for that. Dun, 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 dun. All right, and display on a map. Okay, we're right there. Nice. Let's try and get the gold rating for this one as well. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Doing this while waiting for a duty roster to go off again, and it looks like it's also counting overtime as well. Man, this is cooked. Almost there. There we go. And then... And I can't fly in this area, unfortunately. Alright, almost there on the Cosmic Research for my pickaxe. Dun 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 dun. Alright, 2 tanks, a healer, and a DPS. So we're getting there, we're getting there. Damn it. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, nice. I lucked out on that one. There we go. And then, yep, I'm in the exact area I need to be for gold. Dun, 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 dun. Damn it. Alright, so we got 11 out of that. Yeah, and I can't use that for another 3 minutes, so this is gonna be a bit awkward. I need much higher GP recovery, honestly. And my keyboard is running out of battery life, which is not good. I'm gonna have to salvage the hand tracking I normally keep to keep my keyboard charged. You'd think it could hold a charge for a day. Can I use another cordial? Not for another 2 minutes. Okay. There we go. Yes! I didn't screw up. And we can hand in our pickaxe to do research. Brilliant. Also, I need to double check. Is my... Nah, not for another 14 minutes. Okay. Welcome to the Interplanetary Research Station. I'll be happy to help with data reporting, cosmic tools, or whatever else you may need. Report some Yep. So we swapped from getting a level 30 pickaxe to a level 50 pickaxe with that move. With your help, the N2 mining data is now complete. Oh, right. And be sure to try out your newly enhanced cosmic tool. With your help, we've officially reached a new stage of research. And you know what that means. We're in need of all new data. Check your exo tablet for the details. Yep, so level 1 and level 2 stuff at that point. Dun, 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 dun. And then let's try our luck at the Cosmic Fortune. Alrighty. Let's go for this one. I want to see if I can get a vacuum suit, okay? Let's give this a try. Come on. Give me the carrot, give me the carrot, give me the... Bastard. I wanted the carrot. Totally uncalled for. Meanwhile, we got credit exchange over here. Using Cosmo credits. We can go for that stuff. Okay, so I did pick that up before. That requires 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. Cosmic Explorer kits. Cards. Reading glasses. In the realm of weapons. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, you're level 81. This is the best gear you can have. Back over to... Swap over to Botanist at this point, and... Oh. Finally. Yeah! Scamming Way strikes again. She does. They honestly do. I just want to get... I want a cool suit. Is that too much to ask for? The Vamp Fatale. Let's go.
Oh, I don't care what gender
What are you doing, Blue?
Put on the maid outfit.
I can't be wearing this in front of the Vamp Fatale. I need to be putting on my best face. Also, who is... Oh, Leonis. Look at that. That's you, isn't it?
Elaborate, because I don't know what I just said.
Will you cry out in pleasure or pain?
Feast your eyes on the lovely and lethal Femme Fatale! Will the challenger fall prey to the cruel mistress?
Come, my pets.
God, why are they so tiny? God damn you.
This is my show. I will hear you scream.
A wicked weapon. Femme Fatale's poised to execute a fatality.
You will become a stain on this.
Thank you for the hyper himbo. I'm definitely gonna need it while going against these chainsaws.
The challenger has nowhere left to run!
Alright, we need to keep an eye on her. We need to be on this side.
Oh, not fast enough, I'm afraid. Oh, that must have hurt. Hang in there.
That is a view? Look at her. What a femme fatale. And redhead, too.
This is just the beginning. My faithful minions, give me your ether!
Oh, we have not gone very far. We have barely even cracked a quarter.
It's begun. She's draining the audience of their ether.
All of you will feed me.
That Fatale's unleashed the ether. The challenger's in her realm now.
Spread out, spread out, spread out. That's not good. Alright, where are the... Yep.
Oh no, they've been felled with a vengeance. Oh, they're up! What fighting spirit!
You are a stubborn one, but it is not too late to beg for mercy.
The spectacle of slaughter resumes. How will the challenger adapt? It's a veritable rain of death. Can they recover from this? And they're back in action. Can they turn the tide?
Such insolence I have never known. More. I need more ether.
Okay, so she's now halfway.
She's draining the crowd's ether again! I hope our dear spectators are feeling all right.
In pain lies pleasure.
She's unleashed even more ether! How will this end?
I don't think I've ever been this far into the thingamajiggy. I feel like we're running out of time, though. This feels like a DPS check and we're losing it. This is the farthest I've gone, like, trying to get this person killed.
On your knees, damn you!
Yep, thank you for the res, I appreciate it. And then... oh, she is not going down very easily. Almost there, come on. There we go.
It's all over. Until next time.
Agreed on every single one of these things, because they're not... There we go. Giving it to the tank, because by God... That little scamp, honestly... I meant you on the ground after the anvil drop. I missed that anvil drop. I was so focused on this one, of all things. Little stamp? Nah, but... Alright. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty, that's another of the book done. God damn it. Actually, no, still... Yeah, we're still good, Chloe. We're still good. We're still good. We're still good. Alrighty, so... Level 99 stuff, level 100 stuff. Those ones... So yeah, more of those dungeons I will probably do in my own time. Probably at, like, a better hour of the stream, or better hour of the day for Crystal Goblin, honestly. How's it going on your side, Artemis? You done with the level 30 stuff yet? Actually, that reminds me, I need to go to Portrait. Where's Portraits? There we go. Nope, that's not where I want to go. I want to go to the Adventurer's template. Edit the portrait. Unable to open. Portrait is being edited. Edit portrait. Reflect current gear. Save. There we go. Alrighty then. Let's swap over to our botanist. Let's do something a little... Let's go for a little more relaxation, shall we? Display on map. Alrighty, so first and foremost, let's get...
Level 30 quest is done. Excellent work. Alright, let's get this... Oh my gosh. Telling me I have to... Sure. Alrighty, so... Let's be over here. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Increase item yield from Gatherer's Boon by 1. Uh-huh. We need to click 28 of these. Dun 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 dun. Dun, dun. All right, advertisement's just going off right now, so, you know. No, nothing too crazy to go off about. Although it is 9:50 right now, so maybe after a couple more quests here, I will call the stream here, because, you know, 10 p.m. and such, and I want to, like, you know, do some neck stretches and what have you to help improve my upper trapeze muscle, because, like, by God, I want to be able to, like, sleep in and, like, sit at my desk all day without, like, you know, being in pain. It is very much tempting as well to, like, look online and put some money towards getting a new chair. One that is more ergonomic than just, you know, ooh, gamer. As much as I'd love to stick around, I must go and feed the bed. All good, Leonis. Thank you so much for helping me out in that last raid. I greatly appreciate it. I'd give you a wave goodbye, but right now the cord is being used to charge my keyboard. dun, 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 dun. Nothing obtained. There we go. Report. Dun. Are you kidding me? They're all like on the other side. Gee, thanks. Oh, you aren't kidding. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Ah, nice. Gathering Storm. I got myself some more experience. Okay, I have a limited number of patches that I need to grab. Okay, okay. 100. 100. Alrighty. And there we go. Gold rating. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Alright, so I need to gather 28 of these. But yeah, I like botanist and miner, honestly. Fishing, I'm like, you know, meh on, personally speaking. It's not my thing. All right, we go 500 on you, and then we'll go 100 on you, and then 100 on you. Nice. All right, we just need one more. Oh, come on. Serious? Goodness gracious, this game. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. And then next one is here. Destroy corrupted crystals has been issued. Pilot candidates, please apply for deployment via exo tablets. Oh, nice. Alright, let's see how we succeed with none of these. No. 15 of 24. Is enough? Dun 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 dun. All right, this one might be our last mission, because then at that point we'd have gotten all the D classes then at like the max at gold thingy-majiggy. And like these ones are a lot trickier to do, personally speaking. Alright, let's see how we do. So yeah, right now, like my botanist and my miner are like real. They're proper like low level to try and get gold in a lot of things, and I'm not exactly wearing the best gear for them. And I used to have like 3 million gil. I used to have quite a bit of gil, and I spent so much on it just trying to get my different like crafting classes into better gear to try and go through the higher level stuff, when really what I should have been doing is saving up like going through like some crafting scripts or something like that and trying to get some of that crafting script stuff, or figure out like, you know, how to create my own gear with the crafting after doing botanist and what have you. So one of the things I'm going to be doing is getting these guys up to like, I don't know, level 95 or level 99 or something like that. And then once I get them high enough level, I will start collecting like the crafting material required in order to create like the level 100 crafting and gathering gear that I need. That can be done like, you know, that was, you know, once available at base level or like base patch of Dawn Trail and such. All right, where's this stuff? Oh my gosh, you're over on the other side as well. One more, because I want to try. I like completing my logs. These ones I didn't do too good of a job on because, you know, I was just wanting the experience, and I learned with the crafters that getting gold doesn't equal more experience like handing in a high quality item. You get the same amount of experience whether you do gold, silver, or just pass. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. So let's see if we get gold here. It's gonna be close, but I think we can get it. So we got silver. We just need one more grab, and we'll get gold. Yes! All right, report you in. And we can hand in our botanist gear to get it upgraded from the level 30 botanist thingamadiggy to a level 50. There we go. Where are you? Cosmic Forge. There you are. Dun, 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 dun. With your help, the N2 botanist data is now complete. And there's even more research to do. Also, I'm gonna swap these peeps over to the longer form ventures. So, yep. Dun, dun, dun. And then Highland Exploration, the level 70 stuff. Nothing new there. Augmented Radiance Choker of Casting. Nice. And then, as always, you get to go the highest level. Donk, donk, entrust. Nothing to entrust there. Dun 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 dun. All right, let's repair all our gear. And yeah, that is going to be it for me tonight, I say. I reckon that's going to be the end. That's going to be it for me tonight. I will, as the stream schedule has pointed out, I will not be doing a Diablo stream this Sunday morning. Me, Velk, and Code are going to be taking a little bit of a break from that. Let's see, can I exit out from here? Yes, I can. Me, Velk, and Code are just taking a break this week, but no doubt we'll get back into it next week. I will get a proper, I'll get a proper schedule out on the Monday, so then that way everyone has an opportunity to... Hands? Come on. Hands? Come on, Hands. You get... There we go. So I'll get a schedule out later on like the Monday or something like that, so then that way you all know when the next time I will be streaming is. But yeah, now that we're done with that, let's go and have a look and see who is online and who we can go and raid. We got a few more Aussie peeps streaming right now, which is kind of cool. Let's see. We got someone going through more Final Fantasy XIV. Someone going through Post Stormblood. Is there anyone that's just starting? Oh, it looks like there's someone doing some cozy ARR before work. Someone by the name of Korvatia. Oh, they're in Be Right Back right now, so can't help them out there. Let's try and find someone that is, you know, actively streaming right now and is not in a BRB or anything like that. Actually, you know what? Let's go raid into Ray Solar. They normally do arts and all that kind of nonsense, but it looks like they're doing... But yeah, we're gonna go with... All right, what's our raid message gonna be for them? Nah, fuck it. We're just gonna go with the short and sweet himbo raid, actually. We're just gonna go short and sweet himbo raid. If you are not subscribed, that is okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emojis that you want. You're welcome to them. I will be using mine. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. We were very, very casual with this one. So I appreciate all of you that stuck around for us just doing like some silly nonsense here and there. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And I will get a stream schedule out for Monday. And you'll know, no doubt you'll see me on Monday. But if you don't, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Bye-bye.